times to help inform the board about some important developments in low-dose radiation research. So we'll start with David Richardson, who is Associate Dean for Research in the School of Population and Public Health at the University of California, Irvine, and a professor in the Department of Environmental and Occupational Health there. He's the principal investigator of the International Nuclear Workers Study INWORKS, and also the Pooled Uranium Miners Analysis, PUMA. He's also lead coordinating writer for the UNSCEAR Committee report on epidemiological studies of radiation and cancer, and a committee member of the ICRP Committee 1 on radiation effects. David, thank you very much for joining us today.
Apologies. Let me make sure both that you can see my screen and you can hear me now. Great. Yes. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I was asked to discuss current limitations in determining low-dose effects from epidemiological studies of workers, the link with risk projections, and the connection of those with the system of radiation protection and risk management. For context and why I'm focusing on workers, there are an estimated 1.5 million US workers that are occupationally exposed to ionizing radiation each year. This includes workers at US Department of Energy facilities, as well as people working with medical sources of ionizing radiation, nuclear power generation, and industrial settings. Over the last half century, the number of workers occupationally exposed to ionizing radiation has increased as new uses of radiation in medicine and industrial settings have developed. While the doses are often low, occupational exposures can be protracted over years or decades, such that over time, meaningful doses can accrue. Let's see if I can advance. There we go. Putting the presentation in the context of that which has been learned since the BEER-7 report. Over the last 20 years, a substantial number of nuclear worker studies have been published. This slide summarizes estimates of association just for one broad category, that's all solid cancers combined. Even for that broad category, which is encompassing larger numbers of events, individual studies have point estimates that are quite variable between studies, and often the confidence intervals are quite wide. Underscoring one of the important challenges for low-dose research, which is precision or the lack of precision in individual study estimates. Among the studies, one of the more informative is INWORKS, which is sort of in the middle of that list of studies, as reflected somewhat by the precision of the estimate and also by the large number of cancers that are included in study, 28,000. But there are other studies clearly which have include large numbers of events as well. Notably, studies of Japanese nuclear workers and US nuclear power plant workers, each of those encompassing nearly 8,000 cancers. Those, even if combined, though, would still remain far lower than those that are aggregated in the INWORKS consortium. There's a separate column which is reflecting the average dose in a study, noting that when you have a larger exposure range, all things being equal, you'll have greater power to detect an effective radiation. So that a study like the MIAX study, also reported up here, yields a relatively precise estimate of association, in part due to the high mean dose in that study. Turning to the INWORKS, which is the study about which I was asked to speak, for the past 15 years, partners from the US, the UK, and France have participated in this collaborative study, the International Nuclear Workers Study. It builds on earlier efforts, notably national efforts in the US and the UK in the 1980s and 1990s to pool information nationally. And then beginning in the mid-1990s, international efforts coordinated by the International Agency for Research on Cancer to formally bring together disparate study results from different nations. Why was that done? One of the reasons was certainly this concerns about statistical precision. which is important when we ask questions about lower dose effects. But there's also a recognition of a need for some form of harmonization to make headway in understanding these associations. One might simply undertake a meta-analysis as a way to summarize, for example, all those different studies which were presented in that last table. However, published studies use different models, different covariate adjustment sets, different statistical techniques. And INWORKS was an effort to reduce those sources of variation, working on harmonization of the exposure information, outcome information, as well as the statistical methods that would be applied. Another motivation was that by pooling information, we can undertake types of analyses that wouldn't be supported by data from any of the individual constituent cohorts that go into a study. That said, there are challenges to pooling studies as well. And I'll just point as one of the directions for future development is novel work on fusion estimators, a different approach to pulling together information. The International Nuclear Workers Study includes over 309,000 workers, 10.7 million years of follow-up at this point. The average worker has been followed to about age 65 years. And with this duration of follow-up, these cohorts are really beginning to become informative. There's been 103,000 deaths observed among those 309,000 workers. About 31,000 of those due to cancer, and 28,000 of those are solid cancers, cancers excluding leukemias and lymphomas. The cohort is predominantly male, 87% of the workers. It's a study that concerns exposures at adult ages. It's not a study on exposures among the very young. Most of the exposures commenced at age 17 or above. But it does provide direct information about working age adults and their experience long term. In order to categorize the workers by level of radiation exposure, we use information that was gathered from personal radiation dosimeters. This typically involved a film badge that was incorporated into the identification badge that was worn at the facility. And there's historical records for the workers in INWORKS going all the way back to the early years of operations at the site. The figure on the left is early film badge kind of receiving upon entering. On the other side is a graph that's showing the distribution of dose, in this case, red bone marrow dose. And you can see that the distribution is highly skewed towards lower doses in INWORKS. So although INWORKS is a large study, a large proportion of the workers are essentially contributing information to a reference category, helping to understand baseline rates. Nonetheless, there are a substantial number of workers in the study who accrued doses of 100 milligram or more. This is one graph summarizing results. This is for solid cancer mortality among the workers. We analyzed the association between dose as quantified by that personal dosimeter and the rates of mortality due to specific causes. And this was quantified using a method called Poisson regression, which is development of models for the occurrence of cancer, for example, as a function of exposure, and then adjusting for covariates such as age and sex and year of birth and the country. And then we estimate the change in the cancer death rate per gray of external dose under a 10-year lag assumption, where a lag is allowing for an interval between exposure and the failure time, the time in which the case occurred, to allow for an induction and latency period. A summary value, like the one that's highlighted on the side of 0.52, summarizes the slope of that exposure response association. This is called the excess relative rate. It's the rate at a given level of exposure contrasted to a baseline rate -1. So it's an expression of the proportional increase in the rate over baseline per unit dose. A value of 0 would mean no radiation-associated excess cancer. On average in INWORKS, the cancer death rates increase about 50% per gray radiation dose. That is, there's a positive association. The figures illustrating the observed data to which that straight line was fit. That line is just a summarization over the observed data of an average change. Along the x-axis is the cumulative dose, and the y-axis is an expression of the relative rate. You can see that a straight line fits reasonably well, not perfectly well. We tested alternatives, for example, addition of a quadratic term. That doesn't substantially improve the fit, but there's some downward curvature at the very top. We investigated variation between countries in the association. There was very minimal evidence of any heterogeneity between the three countries in that slope of that association. We investigated concerns, for example, about early workers in the study, the World War II period, which involved conscription of workers into military service, as well as questions about early dosimeters. One way to address that concern about possible biases related with early workers was to repeat analyses excluding early workers and focusing on more recent workers. Our overall results, we found, are not driven solely by information contributed by the early workers. To the contrary, upon excluding the early workers, which had been a concern, the association persists and, in fact, is larger in magnitude than the estimate derived overall. In 2019, an expert group was assembled to update a United Nations report that reviews epidemiological studies of radiation and cancer and summarizes the current state of knowledge, with a particular focus in the upcoming report, the report that was commissioned in 2019, on low dose and low dose rates. Here I'm pivoting from epidemiological studies to their use and risk assessment. So there's a group which is working on this report. One of the aims is to estimate risks at low doses and low dose rates, drawing on studies that are informative for the quantitative or risk assessments. A challenge which is moving from what we have, which is that example, for example, of a model of a relative rate expressed as a function of time, age, and dose, to what we want when we talk about an understanding of risk, the probability that a disease will develop in a person within a specified period of time. The way we're going to do that is by being very clear about the target population, the risk in what population of people, and the target exposure scenario. Here we're going to focus on occupational exposures. I'll say that the United Nations report considers a variety of exposure scenarios, general population exposures, medical settings, environmental exposure settings, but here we'll focus on occupational. In terms of risk assessments, looking at these occupational settings, we started with target populations. And just very briefly, we've worked with the World Health Organization to develop target populations which are globally representative. 5 categories here for major regions of the world, trying to illustrate variation globally in the observed variation in survival in different parts of the world, which is an important consideration, variation, heterogeneity in cancer rates across major regions of the world. And what's illustrated here as well, which is interesting, is variation in the world and just the demographic structures of populations. If we see, for example, sub-Saharan Africa has a very pyramid-shaped age structure, heavily weighted towards younger populations, with a small population at very older ages. Other parts of the world have much more column-shaped population distributions, with larger percentage of the population being at older ages. And these impact considerations about what happens when a population is exposed. Are they young ages when the exposure occurs, or is the population differently distributed?
2 minutes, David, also
Yep.
for your taxi
Okay.
as well as for us.
Thank you. So for the occupational exposure, just very briefly, we're still in process of doing calculations, but what might be informative for the consideration of this committee, similar calculations were done using specifically the US population as a target, and calculations with occupational exposure scenarios such as exposure to 100 milligray between ages 30 and 45, and considering the INWORK study and its coherence or lack of coherence with risk estimates developed using models for cancers, both solid cancers and leukemias, cancer mortality, and from INWORKS and from the lifespan study of atomic bomb survivors in Japan. The results, the central estimates of results are ranging from values from about 6 per 10,000 workers to 12 excess cases per 10,000 workers. That's going to depend on partly the study that's being used. There are differences in the risk estimates between INWORKS and the lifespan study, but there's also, importantly, and as importantly, differences between whether we're doing risk transport on a relative or an absolute scale. I'll say that these are projections up to age 65 years, which is the mean age at which the INWORKS population has been followed. The INWORKS population is a very simple, the INWORKS study uses a very simple model for summarizing the exposure-response relationship, a linear dose-response association with no modification by temporal factors like time since exposure and attained age. As you do projections beyond the observed data, those really become important factors. So in that earlier UNSCARE report, the focus was over the range for which INWORKS is largely informative, and the lifespan study, is there coherence or not? And here, depending on the models, as I said, the values are ranging between 6 and 12, but a reasonable level of coherence. So the summary, over the last 20 years, there have been many low-dose studies since the prior Beer report, new studies that are yielding results with greater precision than the earlier studies did, certainly. There's evidence of positive associations at this point reported from several of those studies. I focused on solid cancer. There's also results for leukemia incidence and leukemia mortality coming from occupational studies. Those have been applied in risk assessments, in part to assess the coherence between the lifespan study, which has really been foundational in doing risk assessments and modeling, but looking at the coherence from studies with protracted low dose rate exposures and the findings that come from the lifespan study where there was a higher dose rate exposure. The work has illustrated the influence of target populations, but I think also the importance of model transportability assumptions. Are the effects of radiation additive or multiplicative with respect to variations in baseline rates? And those turn out to be certainly as important as some of the assumptions about which models we're looking at or which populations we're coming from. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, David. And we'll come back to it in the discussion, but I think that was really helpful to see some of the developments since the BIA7 report and think about the potential use of those studies, but also the work that's been done by UNSCARE for informing a potential new BIA study in the US. So now we turn to Michael Hauptmann for the next presentation. So Michael is Professor of Biostatistics and Registry Research at Brandenburg Medical School in Germany. He's head of the Institute of Biostatistics and the Center for Clinical Studies. He served as a member of ICRP and is currently member of the German Commission on Radiological Protection. And he was involved in various studies on diagnostic and therapeutic radiation, and is an expert for another UNSCARE review, which is currently ongoing on the cognitive effects of ionizing radiation. Michael, thank you very much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. That's a pleasure for me. I will talk about a very different type of study on CT scan related diagnostic radiation exposure, and I hope you can hear me and the slides are okay. CT scans are a very useful and very commonly used tool. I got some numbers here, how the use increased from 23 million in 93 in the US to 70 million CT scans in 2007 and 93 million in 2023 from a very recent publication. 3 million of those scans in 23 are among children, including 1.7 million of the head, the most common body part scanned. And CT scans have a relatively high dose that they sort of confer to a part of the body. I extended an old table here of David Brenner, which he published more than 20 years ago when there were no studies on this, and maybe initiated the studies that I'm talking about, to give some more recent numbers. And according to a recent paper here, from a pediatric head CT, the brain can on average get almost 50 milligray. From a pediatric head CT, the bone marrow can get about 12 milligray, and an abdomen pelvis scan confers about 8 milligray to the bone marrow. I will mostly talk about the EPI-CT study, which I was involved in. I will focus on studies that have a dosimetry and individual dosimetry assessment of the doses from each CT scan, and there are not many. Basically, there's an Australian study, which I will briefly mention. We all wait for a new study to come out from California and Ontario. There are 2 small case control studies from Finland with very few cases. So all those studies, and particularly the EPI-CT study, are what I would call registry-based cohort studies with no contact to study individuals and no individual data collection, but instead we used registries of exposure and of outcome. And in the EPI-CT study, we invited radiology departments in several countries to participate, and we got the data on children with a CT scan from their radiation information system, RIS, and if available, also some technical information on the PACS about the machine settings. And that list of children with a CT scan and which body part and when it was done was sent to the cancer registries for cancer diagnosis and to vital status registries for death. And here we have a study that has not much more than the exposure and the endpoint, but the study is large. We collected data on almost 1 million children in 278 hospitals in 8 or 9 different European countries. They were all exposed and followed up until about 2015, with some differences between countries, an average follow-up of about 8 years. The relatively crude information on that a CT scan took place was used with some technical settings, if available, to calculate organ doses with the NCI-CT dosimetry tool. For those CT scans where we didn't have this information, relatively complex dosimetry system made estimates for the organ doses, and I focus mainly on the doses to the bone marrow for leukemia and lymphoma incidence, and on the brain for brain cancer incidence. Here you see how average doses per scan developed over time. The doses to the brain from a head CT were on average about 50 milligray in the earlier years, 1990, and dropped to about 40 milligray. The circles reflect the number of CT scans we have to estimate this. On average, children got about 50 milligray in the study during follow-up, which means most children had one CT to the head, and some had more. The bone marrow dose was lower, around 12 to 14 in the earlier years, and then dropped to 8 milligray in the more recent years, 2010 to 15. We used those data on exposure on the CT scans in a time-dependent cumulative way, and got the following results for brain cancer. Among 165 cases with brain cancer in this cohort of 1 million children, we observed a pretty robust dose-response relationship that resulted in an excess relative risk per 100 milligray of 1.27. That was statistically significant. We found no evidence of non-linearity in this study. We used a 5-year lag period. So exposure started to count towards cancer incidence 5 years after a CT scan was done, and we waited 5 years after the first scan to not include cancers that were already existent at the time of the CT scan. In a actually relatively similar, robust way, we found dose-response associations for hematological malignancies with bone marrow dose. We had much larger numbers of cases, around 800 cases of hematological malignancies, with a monotonously increasing dose-response relationship, relative risk up to 2.6 for 50 milligray to the bone marrow or more, a significant trend, and an excess relative risk of about 2 per 100 milligray. The associations were very similar for the lymphoid malignancies and the myeloid malignancies. And when we look at other studies, as I mentioned before, there's only one. There's one other study, the Australian study, which with an individual dosimetry has only published the brain cancer results so far and found very similar results as the EPICT study. The risks are higher, somewhat higher than the ABOMB survivors. Here you see for 3 entities about 2-fold higher estimates. However, the estimates from the ABOMB survivor studies are based on very few cases exposed at young age and are therefore very unstable, and so they are broadly consistent with our estimates. An important point from my point of view that's often ignored or neglected is that in this study we have electronically recorded exposure events, so there's no question about recalling CT scans or having to go back to records that might be incomplete or so. These are relatively recent electronic records from medical systems that a CT took place, and we believe they are relatively complete. And so the uncertainty in the doses we have is the uncertainty left by assigning a dose to a CT scan, but not by having a CT scan or not having a CT scan. So that lends credibility to the results. The weakness is that we lack any information on the context, on the medical context in which a CT was given. That basically means the indication. And this puts our results at risk for indication bias and reverse causation. Imagine that there's a slow-growing tumor which causes symptoms for which CT scans are done. And then the tumor is eventually diagnosed. We would believe that the tumor is caused by the radiation, but actually the tumor was the reason for the radiation exposure. Another potential issue are cancer susceptibility syndromes. These are rare genetic disorders which often come with an increased cancer risk, and at the same time, children have other comorbidities for which more CT scans might be done. Epidemiologists are usually the most critical with their own data and their own results. And the same in this case, we spend a lot of time, we and many others, to find out whether these biases could actually explain our results. And in actually more papers than the results of the study, we showed that using different sources of information, simulation study techniques, and so forth, that these potential biases are unlikely to explain our results. So what does this mean when we apply it to the population? Our calculations suggest that when 10,000 children get one head CT of about 40 milligray, the dose that you currently would get approximately, that about 1 radiation-induced brain cancer would be expected in the following decade. And for the hematological malignancies, that's about 1 to 2 radiation-induced malignancies from one CT scan anywhere in the body. And keep in mind that there are 3.3 million pediatric CTs in the US in 23, including 1.6 million head CTs. So a lot of cancers would be caused. An alternative estimate of the number of cases of cancer caused was recently published by the group of Rebecca Smith-Bindman, who is here, I saw, and also Amy. And they use very recent numbers on the CT scans in the United States, and I don't want to go into detail. They used a smaller sample to assign the whole number of CT scans to strata by age and sex, and they calculated that more than 100,000 radiation-induced cancers might be caused by the CT scans performed in 2023 in the United States, including almost 10,000 cancers in children. And with these numbers, CT-associated cancers would account for about 5% of all new cancers diagnosed annually. Keep in mind that these are projections on children and adults, on cancers at any site, and they use the BR7 model, or largely the BR7 model, which is largely based on LSS data. And so they did not use the empirical CT results that we have at the moment. Now, what can we do to reduce this number while not reducing necessary CT scans? It seems there's a lot of variation in the doses that are applied to do CTs of the same body part worldwide. And in a study of 2 million adult CTs in 150 institutions, 7 countries, a 4 to 17-fold range in the doses here, effective doses, was observed. So it seems that wherever you are and where you go for a CT of the same body part, the doses vary a lot, and perhaps not all of it is explained by medical reasons. But of course, there's also the issue whether all CTs have to be done. And I think here we would need better information on which CTs help the patient, and perhaps even randomized studies on the effectiveness of CTs with regard to the patient outcome, which are currently very, very rare. So I would conclude my presentation by a summary that that shows that there's a strong dose response for brain cancer and hematologic malignancies after pediatric CT so far, which seems to be relatively robust against potential biases. We find significant excess relative risk down to under 50 milligray, which is sort of new, and there's no threshold and no nonlinearity observed. The confounding by indication, which we have with these studies that are very pragmatic, seems to be not a major concern. And if these results are true, then a substantial number of brain cancers and hematologic malignancies are due to CT-related radiation. So CT scanning and the diagnostic benefit comes at a cost, at a clear cost. Keep in mind that at the moment there is no empirical evidence yet for adult CT exposures. It will probably be pretty hard to study these in presence of lifestyle factors and others. And given that only sick adults usually get CT scans, and there's also no empirical information for children or young people at other cancer sites than brain and the hematolymphopoietic system. So this evidence is still out there, and we can even consider diseases other than cancer, for example, cognition. Now, the studies we have initiated in the past 10 years, EPICT study and the Australian study, and also the US study, should of course be used long-term to get more evidence, like for example, the INVERX study with a longer follow-up. And that is very important. It seems at the moment, that makes me very unhappy, that in the EPICT study that is not so easy due to problems, privacy regulation, licensing issues with the UK data, which is a major part of the study. So this shows the challenges of keeping such a study ongoing for a long time when it has been set up. I want to close by a brief outlook of the study that is to come, hopefully soon. This is a study that uses data from North America, Kaiser Permanente and Ontario, a very large study with several features additional to the existing study, the EPICT study, namely fetal exposure cohort, and also information on other diagnostic medical radiation than CT scanning. And here in this table, I contrasted the sizes of the study, while the study that is supposed to come out soon has 3.4 or 5 million people in 2 cohorts and large number of cancers. It is a cohort of any children, not only CT scan exposed children. And so when it comes down to exposures to CT scans, those numbers are not larger than the existing study. Nevertheless, I think this study is very important to confirm or not the results that we have seen with the EPICT and the Australian study. And with this, I want to end and thank you for your attention.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. And I think it's been very interesting to think about how this has further informed our understanding of low-dose radiation. And all of these studies that you talked about were published since the BS7 report. So we'll come back to that in the discussion. So now I hand over to Julian, who's going to introduce our last speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Can you hear me? It's appropriate to now move from the epidemiology to the radiation biology component, because there are clearly attempts now to integrate epidemiology and radiation biology in the risk projection process. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Simon Buechler. We've been indirect colleagues for a great many years, so I'm very familiar with what he's been doing, and I assure you it will be most pertinent. So currently Simon is a Deputy Director of the Radiation Protection Sciences at the UK Health Security Agency and a visiting professor in the School of Public Health at Imperial College London. I think of particular relevance is that at the UK Health Security Agency, he's responsible for all aspects of radiation protection, from the delivery of services and emergency preparedness to underpinning evidence. I think that's particularly relevant, as I said, because it's trying to link the risk management process with the risk projection process. So Simon is a UK representative to UNSCEAR and Vice Chair of ICRP, and clearly most qualified to give this presentation. Simon?
Yeah, thank you very much, Julian, for the introduction, and I'm very pleased to be able to join you today to share a few thoughts. Just to warn you, I'm going to take a slightly different approach to that adopted by Michael and David previously. Take a bit of a step back, rather than talk in depth about individual studies, try and look at a slightly bigger picture. And I think that's reflected in the title I've sort of kind of stolen, if you like, and certainly mirroring the report from the National Academies of, was it now 3 years ago, something like that. And it's really asking the question about what can radiobiology bring to the table to inform low-dose risk assessment. So the title, leveraging radiobiology rather than leveraging modern science, which I think was the title for the 2022 National Academy report. So I'm going to have to move on. Oh, hang on. Apologies, I can't. Oh, here we go. Move my slides. So really take a biggest step back. Why does low dose risk assessment remain an area of concern for us all? So as we've heard already from Michael, particularly large populations are exposed in medical imaging, where there continue to be developments of new modalities of imaging, and there can be individuals receiving multiple imaging procedures, leading to relatively high accumulated dose levels. We have, we find ourselves in the era where new nuclear energy generation is being very seriously considered or implemented in certain countries, certain regions of the world. And that is largely, but not exclusively, but largely driven by the contribution of nuclear energy technologies to the drive to net zero carbon emissions. And then we also find ourselves in a somewhat fragile, perhaps, geopolitical situation, with a evolving threat landscape, and it will escape nobody's attention, I'm sure, that there's been a recent so conflict's a bit strong, but altercation between Pakistan and India, two nuclear-powered or nuclear-armed nations, and we have the situation in Ukraine with an occupation of Ukrainian power stations by Russian forces. So we are in a rather more fragile world, I would argue, than we were, say, 10 years ago or something like that. So turning to the radiobiology, well, there are some problems actually that the field genuinely needs to address, and this is what I hope to kind of address in the main part of my talk here. So by its very nature, radiobiology really reports on a high level of detail on small and specific incremental advances in science. The model systems that are utilized in such experiments are generally very specific to a specific disease or a specific endpoint of interest. The exposure protocols that are used undoubtedly are quite varied and sometimes of different robustness as well, which is an issue I'm not really going to touch on here. So this problem, if you like, of small incremental advances and how can they be brought together to inform a bigger picture and then ultimately inform risk assessment? Clearly, this need for integration. A number of bodies, such as UNSCEAR, have published on this, trying to look at fields overall, undertaking evaluation on biological mechanisms in relation to cancer risk back in 2020, 2021 that I was involved in. And there's the ongoing evaluations that UNSCEAR are undertaking, we mentioned in part at least, on circulatory disease risk, effects on the nervous system, and effects on the eye. Now, these are big undertakings. They take a long time, a lot of man hours of effort, to trawl through literature and integrate and try and bring a coherent picture to the table. Model systems, well, in doing those sort of things, you need to generalize across many, many experimental models. They're not all directly intercomparable by any means, so some sort of assumptions need to be made, some generalizations need to be made to try and draw out this big picture of what does this mean for risk assessment. And then the exposure protocols, clearly, and this is, I think, fairly well understood, you need to be designing a protocol for a radiobiology experiment. You need to be clear on the human exposure system you're trying to model. It could be that medical exposure system we've been hearing, exposure situation we've been hearing about, generally to acute low doses. The occupational area, David mentioned the chronic and episodic nature of exposures. In the public, you've got the natural background dominated by the chronic alpha particle exposure of the lungs. So really one of the points I wanted to draw out here is not just about low dose, it's about low dose rates as well, and exposures over long periods of time, which can be really quite challenging to model in an experimental sense as well, but not impossible. So how can we go about this integration? This is where I want to touch on the use of adverse outcome pathway approaches. This is a topic that was addressed by the NCRB, National Council on Radiological Protection and Measurement, a few years back under Julian's leadership. In fact, Report 186, considering approaches to integration of information from radiation biology and epidemiology to enhance low-dose risk assessment. And really building on that, and just to summarize for this audience today, the OECD maintains the adverse outcome pathway system effectively. Most of those adverse outcome pathways relate to chemical hazards, but there's a growing numbers of AOPs related to radiation health endpoints. I've given the website link to be able to look at yourselves if you wish later. And if you search that database of pathways, you will find something on the order of 28 if you just do a search with radiation as the search term. And they cover a range of health endpoints and effects, for example, specific cancers such as cancer of the lung, acute myeloid leukemia, and also the non-cancer outcomes of interest, of developing interest in risk assessment and protection of cataract, memory and learning impairment, and also intermediate endpoints or effects such as induction of chromosomal aberrations. So the next few slides are going to give you a few examples of what adverse outcome pathways look like in outline, really. So these are graphical representations of outcome pathways taken from that OECD database that exists. So this is the one in relation to lung cancer, one of the first, I think, developed for radiation. There's 3 or 4 key things to point out in this this picture. The outcome is at the end. The adverse outcome in this case is lung cancer. So that's a disease outcome here. Is clearly expressed at the organ and system level. But you could try and integrate the information at the cell and tissue level, and then further back to the sort of molecular interactional level in these models. So that starting back at the top, if you like, the starting point, you have MIEs, molecular initiating events. In this case, for ionizing radiation, defined as a direct deposition of energy in the target of DNA. And then there's a series of key events, steps, if you like, key steps that occur in the pathway to final expression of a disease at the end. And these are familiar, I suspect, to many of you. Induction of DNA damage of one sort or another, inadequate repair, induction of changes, be they small mutation or large chromosomal events. And these are kind of generically described as key events, and they're numbered as you go through the system, and then cell proliferation, increase in cell proliferation, ultimately to the lung cancer. So this is very clearly a stripped down graphical representation. There's key event relationships, the final sort of technical term used in these things to relate key events in a sequential nature. Oops. Moving on to a different health endpoint, different adverse outcome, that of cataract formation. Bit more of a complex scheme here, but also starting with deposition of energy, leading to oxidative changes and so forth, some of the familiar key events here. Again, increasing the mutation burden, chromosome aberration burden, cell proliferation, leading to the adverse outcome ultimately. My final example of one of the most challenging areas, I think, probably at the moment, one of the most important areas, arguably, that the pathway leading to learning and memory impairment. Again, you start at the same point, deposition of energy, go through oxidative changes, some DNA-related changes, but then some very novel ones, if you like, that haven't been seen before and described before, increase in changes to neural remodeling, leading ultimately to the adverse outcome of impaired learning and memory. Sequentially related and set out in I think, an easy to understand way, again, going across the levels from macromolecular through to whole organism level when you see the final expression of the adverse outcome of importance. So what are the benefits of taking this kind of really structured approach to integration of knowledge? Well, the identification of these key events between exposure and observable health outcome can provide really useful biomarkers or bioindicators for use in epidemiology studies, so they can be integrated into epidemiological studies if there's simple and quick assays you can use to assess them. They can also have potential in health screening to provide early indicators of the likely development of adverse outcomes in individuals, which would be beneficial in a healthcare setting. The mechanistic understanding that is sort of drawn from these approaches can inform risk projection. And especially, I think it's especially important in the areas where epidemiology sort of starts to struggle, if you like. I've described it as ends here. So really where it's starting to struggle with statistical power in those epidemiological studies to the real life exposure levels you see in the occupational setting, in the public setting, or whatever setting you might be considering. And, you know, while we're really at the phase of doing qualitative adverse outcome pathways, there is the potential for sure to make quantification of some of the steps in those pathways. And that quantification can clearly inform a more quantitative approach in risk assessment drawn from major biological information as well, which would complement and can be integrated with the epidemiological approaches. Changing gear a little bit here, I wanted to focus a little bit on another area I've been working on in a general sense as well, that of should we be protecting populations or individuals, really, when we're considering, and should risk assessment focus on populations or individuals as well? So currently, the ICRP system protection is very clearly a population-based system, but there is a lot of interest, especially in the diagnostic imaging community, on what is generally called individualization. I think, strictly speaking, I would prefer to call it stratification by factors such as age and sex and perhaps a few other things as well. Just to note that ICRP has two task groups working in this area, Task Group 111, which is assessing the evidence behind variation in response between individuals to radiation for a range of health endpoints. Task Group 128, considering the future application of more individualized or stratified approaches in the general system of protection. And I have the honor, if you like, of leading both those task groups at the moment. Task Group 111 is very, well, is close to finishing its work. It should move to public consultation quite soon. Task Group 128 is somewhat earlier stage and won't be reporting for quite some time. So really asking the question, what are the factors that modify the risk of radiation-associated health outcomes? So why are these things important? Well, David was talking about the transfer of risk across populations with differing underlying rates of diseases, different age structures and so forth. Understanding the factors which, be they genetic or environmental, that underlie the variation in response to radiation will inform which are the best risk transfer models to use. Clearly, it'll assist in decisions to be made on the value of individualization and stratification of radiation protection system and risk assessment. And those biomarkers, bioindicators identified through the approaches described could be used in health screening, as I said as well already. I also wanted to sort of wave a flag a little bit for multidisciplinarity in approaches. I think it was implicit actually in Michael and David's talks that it draws on epidemiological expertise and dosimetric expertise. And this approach is clearly very valuable, but it doesn't only apply to epidemiology, it does apply to radiobiology as well. And just to note, in Europe at least, we have really now quite well-established research platforms covering different areas such as, we've got lots of funny acronyms, sorry, MELODI, EURODOS, NeuroMed, those ones particularly covering low dose risk, then radiation dosimetry, and the use of radiation in medicine. And these are funded by modest subscription of institutes or occasionally individuals who have an interest in the area. One of the main tasks of these platforms is to develop and maintain strategic research agendas, which are essentially community-led prioritization of what research topics need to be addressed or are right to be addressed at any one time. Most recently, the European Union has put its hands in pockets, if you like, and funded a large partnership project, which goes under the title of Pianoforte. It's a 5-year program attracting close to 30 million euros of funding. And this program or partnership has run 3 open calls for the complete research community in Europe for topics which have been informed by those strategic research agendas. It covers all the subdisciplines. Julian mentioned in my intro that I'm responsible for quite a range of different things within radiation protection generally. So it could be emergency response, it could be dosimetric issues, it could be atmospheric dispersion following terror events, or various different things, quite a variety of topics under investigation. I mean, you can find the information there at the website link. Now, just note here that speaking as somebody from the UK who is no longer in Europe, we do receive a very modest amount of actual funding through the European Union, but for the most part, we do not. And for the research projects we participate in, and there's several, we don't get any direct funding at all. But the benefits of being involved in those far outweigh the sort of the financial loss or the lack of financing, in our opinion. And this is really important in having aligned research priorities across nations and across institutions as well. So really, just to draw to a conclusion, giving a few bullet points, I think what I hope I've convinced you of, that improved low dose and low dose rate risk assessment is needed and is feasible. There's great value in the integration between epidemiology and biology, radiobiology, and there's ways to achieve that, primarily for the adverse outcome pathways, but there's other approaches around as well. There's certainly value, in my opinion, in multidisciplinary working. And there's very important decisions to be made. Judgments will be needed to be made on the dose risk relationships with emerging non-cancer outcomes, cataract, circulatory disease, cognitive impairment, and that will inform protection strategies and approaches. And judgments are also required on the benefits of stratification and individualization in the approach to risk assessment and radiation protection generally. With that, I'll say thank you very much. If you want to pick up a discussion, I'm very happy to do so. My contact is there. So I'll stop there, and I think we move back to the room.
Thank you very much, Sam. It's very interesting indeed. It's time for some questions, and I'm going, since I've got the microphone, I'm going to ask one of Simon right away, and that is that based upon what you had to say. Sorry. Oh, okay. The potential. Can you not hear?
I can hear.
The potential holy grail of some of the things you were talking about is the identification of radiation-specific biomarkers or bioindicators. So, can you give me a quick update on where that stands? Has there been any progress in identifying radiation-specific markers or indicators?
That's a short question deserving a long answer, which I haven't probably got time for. I think I'd best sort of describe it as an area of active interest. It's a challenging area. We know that the health outcomes we're talking about are not radiation specific. The search for signatures in radiogenic diseases has been not especially productive. There's some hints out there for sure. I think, there's clearly prospects of finding them, and I think they will be found. I think it will require, a considerable amount more effort. But, at this point in time, I can't really point to anything that is implementable.
Thank you. Amy?
Yes, thank you so much. I have a question for Simon as well, which was that I appreciate the advancement in the types of methods and the adverse outcome pathways on the radiobiology side. It's really interesting and useful development. Could you also summarize for us, it's perhaps another short question with a long answer, summarize for us what you think the advancements are actually in our understanding of low dose rate effects since the BS7 report, and you understand why I use that as the benchmark, because one of our considerations in the committee is about the timing of conducting a new National Academy report.
Yeah, well, clearly, that BS7 was really quite some time ago now. And, in that intervening periods, there have been other relevant reports in the sort of mechanistic biological area assembled. I pointed to the UNSCEAR one. I'm sure there's others from other groups as well, looking at either the whole picture or specific aspects. I think, it's just stepping back, and much of this is informed by the work I was involved in for UNSCEAR. And my understanding of the BS7 as well, which is very strongly based on the sort of DNA damage mutational pathway, which has not gone, do not lose sight of that. But there's much greater understanding of some other sort of routes which might be either involved directly or modify the risk of after health, basic disease. And I'd point specifically to indications that more promotional, or there's more understanding of potential promotional effects of radiation exposures. There's a lot more information available on the induction of reactive oxygen and related sort of radical radical mediated mechanisms. There's some interesting work being done on potential effects on tumor progression in terms of metastasis, angiogenesis, some of the pathways, some of the key hallmarks of cancer, from the Hannah Weinberg and others sort of work, have been investigated in great depth. And there's more information available, sure, in many of those. So, I think there is, in my opinion, if you want me to give an opinion, maybe I'm not really meant to here, but there's a lot more that would have to be taken into consideration in a BS7 plus than was available at that time when it was done.
Yeah, and thank you. It's a helpful summary. If I press you a little bit more as to when you say there's a lot of information on, but what direction does it point in? So would you say on the epidemiology side, I think we're very clear there's a lot more studies that now directly support excess cancer risks at low doses, lower doses than was previously established. With the radiobiology, would you say the same thing, that there's more direct radiobiological evidence of cancer risks at low doses?
Yeah, I think overall, yes, I would. I think in the period since the last Beer evaluation, there has been, one of the things that research communities should be congratulated on, actually, there has been more of a focus on trying to do radiobiology at low doses, which wasn't available at the time. So, those things I was saying about the model systems and those kind of models used has definitely improved.
That's great. Thank you very much. Shaheen.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you all for these informative presentations. I'm going to take the liberty to dovetail off of a recent event that the National Academy's Nuclear and Radiation Studies Board recently held regarding AI and radiation sciences. And I wanted to ask, given the limited availability of some of the technical metadata that you've presented here, or imaging data or registry-based data, have you considered exploring the use of AI or machine learning to infer some of the individualized dosimetry inputs from sparse metadata, like your CT scanner logs or occupational exposure badges, and then just even taking that a step further, looking at the effect of confounding variables, as well as looking at perhaps variable survival models or latency. So you can pick whichever, I guess, of those might be most appropriate to your study, and where can there be methodological innovation, perhaps using advanced statistical techniques or even AI integration to help improve and answer some of these questions. Thank you.
David or Michael, would you like to provide response?
Yeah, I don't know, David, but I can say briefly that we did not consider that so far. I think that the complex dosimetry systems would perhaps be an area where this could support the building of a system. The statistical analysis of these data is relatively straightforward, I would say, and I would say that particularly in the diagnostic studies, the lack of additional data, it would be a problem. We don't have a wealth of data where we have to use an AI or so to help us guide through a forest. We have very little data, so we used a lot of external evidence, including simulation studies, and whether you could use AI there, maybe. So far, we didn't use these techniques here.
Well, thank you. And David?
On the occupational side, I mean, sort of breaking it, you had one aspect which was almost as though using AI and machine learning for data extraction in either for dosimetry or covariates. We've not gone in that direction. I'm not too optimistic about it because our cohorts are extending quite far back in time, and some of the work, some of the data abstraction early on was done manually, going into early records and key punching. On the other side, that you mentioned things like further exploration of the dose time response relationship. When do latency functions begin? When do they maximize? When do they diminish? Michael worked on that a long time ago, and I did as well, with sort of more flexible models, which were smoothing that. And that has the flavor of what you were describing. There's more work that could be done there. The other things that we've been doing is joint modeling of all the different flavors of cancers, and using sort of Bayesian shrinkage approaches, again, to have some sharing of information and learning that way about the structures underlying it. So I think there's opportunity there. I've been more leaning towards advances in other aspects which are more closely tied to sort of causal inference. And there are overlaps there. So methods that are called sort of propensity score based methods may leverage this machine learning algorithms to deal with the covariates and get expectations of balance in the covariates, so that then you can not have to fret about whether you've modeled them correctly in the outcome regression model. So I think there are directions there for sure, but we're not to the point of throwing the data set into a machine and letting it tell us the answer.
Thank you both. Donald?
Yes, thank you. And my comment is also related to Dr. Hauptmann's presentation. And first of all, I'm a pediatric radiologist, and I've been working with pediatric CT and been on clinical service for about 35 years now. And many of us in medical imaging have been very appreciative by the information you and colleagues joining virtually today have provided in terms of our understanding of risk related to children. 2 points that come from this is, what do we do with this information? Cancer risk and causing cancer in children is something that the media in particular seems to relish much more than the benefits of CT. And the two considerations with respect to what to do with this are the first is how do we better perform CT, and that's a topic of different for a different time. It's very complex. The second one though is I think we all need to understand how fragile and complex the patient caregiver, provider, and imaging expert relationship is in the delivery of healthcare. And we have a responsibility then to use the kinds of information that you all are advancing here in a way that really reassures patients and providers about what we were doing. So I just sort of ask the general community to recognize that while this information is extremely important and advancing what we understand, is to also recognize the context of how this is used and work towards really providing a better conversation with the patients we deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
Yeah, sure. I think I fully agree. And again, it's very important that those who perform the CTs and know about their value and maybe also sometimes when they are not indicated are included. You know, I think even if each CT had a clear benefit to patients, so if only CTs were done with a clear benefit, knowing about numbers of cancers caused by CTs in the years and decades afterwards is something we do not like. And so, you know, even if there was no unnecessary CT or no useless CT or so, it's pretty hard to live with this message. So knowing that these effects are caused does not automatically mean that we can safely reduce CT scanning or doses, you know, but we have to carefully evaluate where and how this might be useful. That would be my message. We have to be very careful not to eliminate CTs that are important to actually add towards the burden or damage to patients.
And I would just add, as I worked on this also for a long time, that we really try to emphasize as well, by doing these studies, we're quantifying the risks directly, and that enables us to show that actually for an individual patient, the risks are really very small. And Michael gave the estimates there in the range of 1 cancer per 10,000 CT scans for 10 years after diagnosis. And so we hope, Dawn, that by providing those direct estimates, rather than people having to say, well, based on the lifespan study, which of course seems to many people to be perhaps difficult for patient. I don't know what your patients would feel, but much more difficult to imagine you telling your patient, this is a risk estimate based on the lifespan study of atomic bomb survivors. And now we can say this is a risk estimate based on actual studies of children. And the risks are very small, as long as I can confirm to you that the scan is justified and the doses are optimized.
I can't see any lights on in the room. Are there any? Oh, there is. Excuse me.
Oh, thank you. I'm a new member, Man Sung-im. Thank you for the opportunity. A couple comments. Just regarding the comment by Shaheen on the use of AI, although AI may not be at this point ready for the radiation biology modeling and so on, I think at least the data reconstruction, image data, and then improving the resolution and so on, I think that's potentially an area where we can reduce the dose to the patient, especially the children CT. I'm not aware whether, since I'm new, or aware if there is any major development in the effort in reducing the dose or delivery in the use of medical scan or CAT scans and so on. That's something I'd like to ask, where I think the use of AI could provide some fruitful outcome. One other question to Dr. Simon. I find it very interesting that you're talking about emerging non-cancer outcome risk assessment. I didn't quite follow exactly what was said there, but then doing risk assessment on non-cancer outcome is, I understand, very challenging for both radiation and chemical exposures and so on. So what is the current approach of thinking in performing this non-cancer risk assessment you mentioned?
Well,
that's a question.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's a very relevant question for sure. There's clearly epidemiological evidence, and I don't think it was referred to by either David or Michael, that in some cohorts, for sure, there's measurable risks of non-cancer disease outcomes in occupational settings, in the ABOP survivor cohorts. Less familiar with medical, actually, but yeah, well, actually, some breast cancer radiotherapy cohorts, most definitely. So there, generally, the epidemiology has got to the point of saying it looks like there's measurable risk down to around about half a grade of exposure, something like that. So the question really for radiation protection, which largely operates at the sort of 100 milligray and below, 100 millisievert and below level, is, well, first, is there risk at that level? And second, if there is risk, how do we model it? You know, what's the shape of the dose response curve for these things? So my argument is that by understanding the mechanisms and the biology behind it, the adverse outcomes pathways, if they can be developed successfully, can inform on those things. It can inform, is there a biological rationale for there being risk at levels below which we can actually measure in epidemiology? It's sort of question one. And the second thing is, if the answer to that is yes, what does our current state of knowledge about the mechanistic aspects of those effects on health suggest in terms of the shape of the dose response at the dose level below which we can actually measure, if you like, or assess in epidemiology?
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that
point.
really addresses your question, but I think that's the conceptually how I see the value of the approaches.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point about the non-cancer outcomes and the role of the radiobiology there, because the dose response, certainly for the cardiovascular disease, is lower per unit dose than for cancer, and so the statistical power problems become even more challenging in the low dose range for the epidemiology, and with other epidemiological statistical challenge of increased uncertainty in the outcome ascertainment, which adds more error. So I think that's a very good point, Simon, about the extra value of the radiobiology there. Charles.
Yeah, Amy, thank you. Thank you, everyone. These were excellent presentations, and it's been a really good dialogue. I mean, normally we focus, as Will said at the beginning, we have board members and staff ask the questions, but I do note that there are a couple of leading experts who have put some comments in the chat. And for example, Fred Mettler, a lot of us know Dr. Mettler. He asked, does anybody have a comment about the risk or non-risk from the million-person study? I don't know if anyone wanted to address Fred's question there. And then Jeff Buxbaum from NIH also has a comment in chat as well. So I don't know if folks wanted to address any of those. Jeff writes, possibly some good news in the space. Quantum methods may lower dose by an order of magnitude in CT, something to watch. And he provides a link for those who are connected to the Zoom link. You can click on that if you'd like. So just a couple, I just want to address those points. And then Larry Dower, one of our board members, also has a very good comment in the chat. So wanted to flag those. Thanks.
I think Larry Dower might want to address Fred Mettler's questions.
Julian, perfect. Larry, if you want to do that.
Is Larry in the room with you, Julian? I can't see.
No, he's online. Yeah, Larry, can you hear us? If you wanted to unmute and ask a question or have a dialogue, go for it.
I don't know if he's okay, perhaps if he's not right now, can we just go to Sally?
Roll off, but sorry. Okay, no worries.
It makes it difficult for him to answer the question.
Let's go to Sally and then we can come back to that if someone can find Larry.
Okay, I was just wondering about issues of individual sensitivity, which are often held to be one of the important factors for understanding low dose radiation risks. And specifically, I mean, hopefully this is an area in which we will start to make more inroads and start to understand more. But how do you see that actually interfacing with the way risk is managed? Because I know there's been in the past quite a bit of resistance to having different standards, but then there was kind of what was viewed as possibly a foot in the door for that when NASA set separate standards for male and female astronauts. So then it was always this beginning of more individualized risk management. But then we're just not really hearing much about that currently. At least I haven't been hearing much about that. So if anyone had a comment on individual risk and where they see that, working out in the framework of risk management.
Oh, that's a very good point. Thank you, Sally. I think Simon hopefully can answer that.
Answer is a bit of an overstatement, but I can make some comments on it.
Yes,
I think that I mean, obviously, well, I alluded to work that's ongoing within ICRP, and I know it's sort of been a little bit under the surface, if you like, but really quite an extensive scientific review of factors that modulate risk in terms of cancers and the non-cancer outcomes I referred to, and normal tissue reactions after radiotherapy, is coming close to sort of seeing a bit of light of day in consultation. It'll probably be the late part of this year or the early part of next year where it's posted for public consultation. But more relevant, I think, Sally, to your question, is the work of Task Group 128, which is looking at, asking two main questions, I think. First, where is there currently aspects of individualization or stratification existing within the system of protection as defined by ICRP at least? And the second, more important, forward-looking question is, are there clearly demonstrable and ethically founded reasons for moving to more individualized approaches, which are pragmatic and I think I might have used earlier on the word implementable. It's not a very elegant word, but it's a very important word. Is it practical to adopt these approaches? A lot of people within nuclear industry in particular are very they're a little bit you'd almost describe it as schizophrenic. They're aware that there's the potential value in doing this, but very worried about what the implications would be in industrial setting. How do you manage your workforce when each is not treated as essentially equal as they are at the moment, with a few exceptions, but rather as a individual person or a subgroup of the older workers versus the younger workers? But there's very clearly available today work which will show you that cancer risks are substantially different amongst old people who are old at the age of exposure and people that are young at the age of exposure. So it's an important question to address. I think for me, it's too early to really comment on how it might sort of follow through into any risk assessments, protection strategies. But it's the right thing to consider that. But stating the obvious, really, it's in medicine where individual clinicians treat individual patients, so it's most likely to be in that domain that some aspects of this approach might be adopted.
Yeah, and thank you, Simon. And the bringing up the astronauts is a really good example, Sally. know, there were 2 National Academy reports about radiation risk to astronauts to inform NASA's radiation protection decision making, and I think that differentiation in the risk and the risk models between the males and females, the interesting reaction by the astronauts and what we had to deal with in the last report that we wrote was that the female astronauts were very upset that they felt essentially that they were going to be discriminated against and not allowed to go to Mars, whereas the male astronauts were allowed to go to Mars because of this assessment of the potential lung cancer risks in particular. And so it's sort of the flip side of the protection is when in some examples then people feel actually that the protection is discriminating against what they were able to do. So that was a very challenging, interesting committee to participate in and discussions to be involved in.
Yeah, just going to add that I think it's maybe rather premature to start talking about individualized risk. It might be better to talk about subgroup or group risk would be more appropriate at this point.
Well, thank you, Julian. Are there other questions from the board members?
I can't see any.
If Larry is not back, then David, would you like to address the question about the Million Worker Study findings?
I can very briefly, and I apologize for the background noise. As the table showed, there, the table of published results, there have been a lot of studies, including a number of papers out of the million-person study. I would say that to date, those analyses have been reported on, not on in aggregate, the million workers, but on different subgroups. One of the results I showed was, for example, the US nuclear power workers. Larry noted in the chat that some of the results for some of the subgroups in the million-person study report, for example, positive associations with non-CLL leukemia. The magnitude of those associations are, let's say, coherent with the lifespan study, also for the subgroup of lifespan study that are occupational aged at exposure, and are similar in magnitude, or at least coherent with results from the NWorks study. There are positive but non-significant associations from, for example, the US nuclear power workers for solid cancers. But as Larry said, those don't reach significance, and they're somewhat smaller in magnitude. But I would say they're imprecise and coherent both with the lifespan study and with NWorks. There's not an evidence of association, I don't think, with cardiovascular disease, but for some other non-cancer endpoints like Parkinson's, there are some interesting associations reported in the million-person study, which have not been observed, for example, in NWorks. So I think that's a snapshot anyway, but there would be much more to discuss with more time.
Great, thank you. We don't have other questions for the board members right now. I have a question for Don. Actually, whilst he's here, that I had been wanting to ask since some of the recent work that we have been doing on the current estimated doses from CT scans in the US, and the issue that work that Rebecca in particular has done has raised about multi-phase scanning and when that is appropriate and whether there's inappropriate use. And I know this is something actually that you wrote about a long time ago in one of your original papers and wrote a commentary on more recently, Don. And so my understanding, this is potentially one area where AI could help, and that there's perhaps some work being done to try to limit the number of phases by using AI type reconstruction methods. But but I would be really interested to hear from you more generally about what your thoughts are on overuse of multi-phase scans.
Well, it's a great question. It's one of those elements that I hinted at in terms of how we do things, and the multi-phase scanning is generally, unless things are done differently, the dose increases with each additional phase you do. And I think that the use in children is much less than the use in adults, and it's sometimes in adults just used because traditionally that was what was advocated for 10 or 20 years ago. So there are things that we can do to improve that. It really comes down to an education issue. You ask sort of for a general approach. One of the other approaches is with the new photon counting CT technology allows us to do multi-phase imaging with one phase. And I won't go into the specifics of that, but it does allow creation of these different phases based on the new technology, so that this newer type of scanner, I think, will cut down on the multi-phase imaging. I can't speak directly to the AI aspects of that, but I think just re-educating people, continuing to promote what is from an optimization and a performance standpoint, when multi-phase is helpful and when it isn't, and adherence to this, and sort of embracing the newer technologies will have, a pretty substantial impact on reducing the dose for those multi-phase examinations. You're right, it's one of those things that does contribute to, I think, many times an unnecessary exposure in patients. And it's much more, as I said, much more something that happens in adult scanning than pediatric scanning, probably for a variety of reasons, where people tend to attend to dose in young children more than they attend to dose in someone who's 80 or 90 years of age, whether that's correct or not.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. It's very useful to hear your perspective on it. And it seemed to me that we had worked a lot on the automatic exposure control type approaches for reducing dose over the last 10, 20 years, and that's been very successful. And so then it's a bit unfortunate that you then can get doubling of the dose again just by choosing an unnecessary multi-phase scan. And so it seemed to me it's some low-hanging fruit in terms of halving doses essentially. Maybe it's not as simple as it sounds from the outside. But I think my understanding is the American College of Radiology has some, their appropriateness criteria include information on recommendations regarding the number of phases. And so it seemed like it's an area worth some further work, as you say, on the education side for some quite quick and important benefits.
There's one question in the room, Amy. Per had a question, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was old-fashioned.
Yes, I know.
Okay. You're very small, Per. I can't see you. Sorry.
I should get online also. Actually, I have a question, because if the statistics are 1 out of 10,000 deaths caused, but I'm curious, how many lives are saved in 10,000 CTs? No, I really think that's an important number, because the ratio of those would inform the question of whether we're overprescribing or underprescribing.
Well, let's see. I take that question. I get emails every week about concerned parents about the radiation risk from CT. I never get emails saying, thank you for taking care of my child, and I appreciate the fact that everything was okay and CT helped. And sometimes it's the environment we've created in this situation of risk benefit. And you're exactly right. Even if I assume that 50% of all the CTs we do are not helpful or not indicated, that's still way more than what we might cause. And I'm not saying that we ignore that risk. Again, Dr. Hauptman and Rebecca Smith-Beinman and Amy, you all are contributing greatly to strengthening our understanding here. There was a paper published by colleagues I work for at Duke that looked at estimations of risk of not doing a CT or doing a CT poorly compared with a cancer risk. And there was a 500% greater increased risk of detriment to the patient from not doing a CT than it was even assuming the cancer risk there. So it's just, it's complicated, and we just need to be sure in talking to patients and informing providers about this, that the appropriate context and understanding of benefit and risk is part of those conversations.
It seemed to me that if that's the ratio, then it looks like it's fairly likely that we're underprescribing.
I won't go there.
Yeah.
So I think we've reached the time limit for this discussion. I'd like to thank the moderators and panelists for discussion of some very important research, and I look forward to learning the answer to Don's question, what is to be done. We're going to be breaking for 10 minutes or almost 10 minutes and resume at 10:40.
Hey, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thanks. It's
Welcome.
Good discussion.
People say, well, the radiation will not even leave the gates. I hope they're right. Be nice to test that one out. Our fuels are getting heat resistant. They're safer in many ways, even in war. It's sort of, we're okay. We're okay, Jack. So that's another view. By the way, it's based a little bit on data and a lot on speculation, kind of like the first view. What's the next view? Next slide. Oh, well, there you go. That's us. There should be an American flag somewhere here. Please, if you could, thank you. Okay. In any case, I think this is sort of the hawkish crew. Will prevail. If they're, it'll be unlikely that we're going to hit anybody's going to hit these plants unless it's total war. And in total war, radiation leaks, if they occur, will just be part of a much louder, chaotic scene. And anyway, trust us. We have classified algorithms. We can do this. And actually, they do have classified algorithms, and they might do this. Now, this is unclear. You'd like to think they're going to hit things precisely, and they're not going to have radiation leaks. But that's the third view. You might go to the next slide, and then we'll hold off on these slides. Now, all of these expectations work, I think, to discourage serious national and military planning. And this is odd because the possibility of military strikes in gray and overt warfare are increasing. We can certainly see this in the case of Ukraine. I mean, it is a textbook case that's teaching North Korean and Chinese visitors to the scene what they might think about. And we don't have to talk very long about the Middle East without mentioning Israel and Iran. Then locally, we have all sorts of substation events. Now, these might be dismissible because when you investigate the characters, they're quite bizarre who do these things. But then we have, I think it was 26 drone overflights in the last 12 months of reactors. Don't worry, they're all hobbyists. Yeah. Okay, maybe. I think we need to take this a lot more seriously, because if you go overseas to places like Europe, there is gray warfare going on. What if I was to tell you that the Germans have a formal investigation of a military Russian drone overflying one of its reactors? I mean, this is not, you don't have to be crazy or kooky to think there could be a problem here. All right. In any case, we did these games mostly because there was nothing available unclassified. And I always say, if you're small, and my operation is small, I can't afford to do anything but the very best. And the only way I can assure being the very best is to do stuff that's never been done before. That way, no matter how bad it is, it's the best. So I go for that. And I couldn't find anybody who did anything here. Okay, one game looked at an overt war, and that was a reinvasion of Ukraine, I think in 2037. Of course, we now have the Energy Department, and I don't know if this will really happen, has succeeded in somehow seeding small reactors and large reactors all over Eastern Europe and in Ukraine, and they've all come online by then. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's our story. That's our, so what if, let's see how that looks. The other had to do with a gray warfare effort by North Korea that uses locally lofted drones by sympathizers in the South to produce a really large radiological release that puts a good part of South Korea and Japan on the road and evacuating. Now, the conclusion of these games, actually, a really good game, if you design it, produces results you didn't expect. These were very, very unfortunately successful games because the conclusions were really very different than conventional wisdom. In particular, the reactors, I think, as a result of looking at these games, I think anyone looking at that material, and it involved a lot of very well experienced and I would say unexperienced people. I mean, I try to mix it. I want to make sure that we have unexperienced people to reflect reality. It's called the US government. Not everybody's an expert that deals with things in the government. And essentially, what we found is reactors are attractive military targets in gray and overt war. Hitting them can distract and pin down forces, divide your alliances, military alliances, stun and suspend military operation. And it can hold entire nations, as you can see in Ukraine. The Russians have done a very good job, sort of hostage. There's a sort of Damocles over Ukraine. It would not take very much to turn off all the lights, or a lot of them. And they have that as leverage. I mean, that is powerful stuff, militarily and diplomatically. And even releasing radiation, lots of it perhaps, could make military sense. Now, one other conclusion from these games is that our current very secure approach to working these issues with controlled unclassified information and critical energy electrical infrastructure information forms isn't working. It's no longer as useful as it once might have been. Actually, we are behind the curve, behind China in this regard. One of the recommended readings on these slides is an article about, which was placed in a Communist Party-controlled publication, detailing a People's Liberation Army study about the vulnerabilities of their nuclear power plants to military assault. Where is ours? We don't have any. This is the best you have right now. We need to do better than today. Okay. This brings me to the three recommendations that I would make. And I hope to have other publications in respectable places making these recommendations. But this is a very respectable place. First, this administration needs to move out and to make its business to make DOD the lead with support from Homeland Security to create, okay, everyone's got to come up with a name of an initiative, the Critical Infrastructure Defense Program. With this thing has to have a decidedly public face. If you will, I wouldn't call it a civil defense program because we're not building bomb shelters, but it should be as public as the civil defense program was in the 50s. Yeah, you can focus on data centers, energy supply systems, including nuclear power plants, fossil fuel pipelines. You can populate this the way you want, but it should include the nuclear power plants and the electrical system that supports it. DOD should support Homeland Security to counter domestic threats and to work with our allies to help them protect theirs. We need, as part of this initiative, and why DOD should be the lead, with a way to deter attacks on US and allied plants by holding adversaries' systems at risk, with an emphasis on temporarily disabling them. The second thing, state with the National Nuclear Security Administration and NSA should reorient or redesign, refashion, reinvent, I don't know, all these buzzwords, the cooperative threat reduction, which after all, so getting a little long in the tooth, to create a nuclear security initiative, NSI. You can see the badges. And this would focus obviously on the military vulnerabilities of nuclear plants and track the previous initiative. I've talked with Nordic officials and East Asian officials who are fairly senior working these things. They would be pretty receptive to this, is my impression. I don't think the door would be particularly tight. Finally, organizations like this, I don't know, maybe the Jasons, I'm making this up. You probably have better ideas. They even put DARPA down here. Maybe those aren't the right ones. But scientific government organizations that do research need to get to study the existing and future plant designs and fuels for their vulnerability to military assaults. There needs to be modeling. You might even want to shoot at something. And dare I say it, the proliferation, proclivity, or resistance. Why is that? If they're totally useless for making bombs, it makes them less attractive targets. If they're actually more useful than people are admitting, well, you better dig deep. That's the conclusion.
Henry, thank you. And you put out there a number of interesting and some may say provocative recommendations. And I'm looking around the room at board members, and I know people want to engage in that dialogue. But next up, I want to call on Sean Burney. I know he's online. I think, Sean, you're going to show maybe a few slides. And Sean's actually been on the ground in Ukraine, thus, his affiliation with Greenpeace Ukraine. I believe he is calling from Scotland today. And I think hopefully he's made it home safely. And so, Sean, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone. And thank you, Charles, and the Academy for allowing me this opportunity. I'll just quickly follow Henry and realize it's time constraint. So I spend most of my time working against nuclear plants for the last 40 plus years on and off with Greenpeace. But since February 2022, I've devoted most of my energy to working in Ukraine, investigating and challenging the Russian war against the Ukraine's nuclear infrastructure. And I just quickly like to go through some of the highlights of what I think is very clearly a deliberate, orchestrated, planned war against Ukraine's nuclear plants for multiple purposes, both tactical and strategic, and I think therefore with some profound implications in terms of the future of nuclear power and how future wars, which unfortunately will occur, have the potential to follow similar paths to Ukraine, but also different paths. So from the first day, February 24th, 2022, on that very day, the Russian military moved into Chernobyl in the north of Ukraine. Officials from Rosatom, the Russian state nuclear agency, were on the ground on day one. And in addition, of course, we know that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant was targeted. That's in the eastern part of Ukraine by the 3rd, 4th of March. Less well known is that the South Ukraine plant, also known as Yuzhno-Ukrainsk, was also targeted. And in fact, by mid-March, the Russian military forces were about 30, 35 kilometers southeast of the South Ukraine plant. That plant did not fall to the Russian military. I was with the people in Yuzhno-Ukrainsk 2 years ago, and it was basically a combination of Ukrainian Marines and civil population placing barricades along the main road to the South Ukraine plant. But we would be talking about the South Ukraine plant as well as Zaporizhzhia if that had failed to stop the Russians. So it's very clear from very early on in the full-scale invasion that Russia had a targeted plan for Ukraine's nuclear plants. Of course, there are two other nuclear sites, nuclear commercial plants, Rivne and Khmelnytsky in the northwest of Ukraine, which have not been any attempted of occupation, but have, as I think Henry mentioned, the overflights. There are many, many hundreds of overflights of drones since 2022 over all of Ukraine's nuclear power plants, as well as ballistic missiles. So the attack on Zaporizhzhia, which of course we were all able to witness via CCTV footage, has continued in terms of the occupation. But one area that, of course, I'll come back to that in a second, that we've investigated is how militarily the occupation of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, which is 6 gigawatts of nuclear capacity, Europe's largest plant, has allowed the Russian military to use the site as a military base for attacking on the other side of the Dnipro into Dnipro Oblast and beyond. And so we've clearly seen that not so much the basing of military equipment at the plant itself. That's interesting, but not so important. What's more important is the very fact that the Russians know that Ukraine will not fire on their military forces within a certain distance of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, because the Ukraine military government do not want to cause a nuclear disaster. And so what we've identified is within a range of 20, 25 kilometers to the southeast and slightly to the west of Zaporizhzhia in Russian-occupied Ukraine, multiple rocket launch systems have been deployed throughout the period from 2022 through 2024 and to the present, where they've fired their systems, their rockets, into Dnipro. So real war effects in terms of impacting people, in terms of impacting Ukraine military, including back in 2023 when the Ukraine military were trying to push the Russians out of Kherson. So long-range systems, up to 120-kilometer range missile systems being used within close proximity of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. So local tactical purpose of occupying the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant has been clear all the way through since the full-scale invasion. Similarly, the destruction of the Novokakhovka hydro, which then led to the draining of the Khovka reservoir, Khovka Sea, in June 2023, that's had also the impact on the cooling water system for the 6 reactors. Fortunately, those reactors were all shut down as of September 2022, and therefore water demand and needs for cooling systems for the reactor cores dramatically has been reduced. But it's also very clear that the Russians in their occupation, and that's again with oversight by both the state agency Rosatom and the Russian nuclear regulator, if you can call it that, Rostec. Their plans currently include the restart of those reactors. So what we're seeing in the plans rolled out in 2024, but becoming even more concrete this year, is a very specific plan to restore water supply to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, to use the Dnipro River, which the reservoir no longer exists, so there'll be a pumping system installed by the Russian military and Rosatom to basically allow them to operate the reactors with a new water supply as such. And this is one of the major issues I see also in the context of whatever you can describe the talks, perhaps even going on today in Turkey, the Zaporizhzhia plant and its what the future lies for that plant under Russian occupation, which is very clear from the Kremlin. They intend to hold on to this plant, and their plans for restart. And I think it's very important for people to envisage the idea that whatever settlement, if there is a settlement, this line of contact between Ukraine and Russian-occupied Ukraine, however long that lasts, the prospects are that 6 gigawatts of nuclear plant, if it remains under Russian occupation, will remain on that line for the coming years, coming decades. And having worked in the Korean Peninsula, the idea of North Korea, for example, having nuclear plants right on the 38th parallel, and what that means with effectively no Ukrainian oversight of that plant, and just relying on, for example, IEA inspection to say everything's going fine, which is what Director General Grossi has indicated, that the safety systems are working fine. He's actually quite impressed. That's a nightmare. And unfortunately, that is what we're heading for at the moment, because largely the Russian use of nuclear plants as a weapon of war has gone unpunished. Rosatom has had effectively no sanctions that have been effective placed on them since the full-scale invasion. So consequently, Russia is getting away with what it's got away with so far, and it could get a lot worse. Of course, many people on this call will be very much aware about how reactors operate and what the main issues are. Fortunately, the Zaporizhzhia plant has been in cold shutdown since September 2022, with the exception of one or two reactors. But basically, we're very lucky at this situation that those reactors are shut down, because the situation at the other plants, the 3 nuclear power plants that are still operating at Rivne, Khmelnytsky, and South Ukraine, they are vulnerable within a matter of hours to the loss of offsite power. And unfortunately, that is one of the main strategic objectives that the Russians have pursued since full-scale invasion, but in particular in 2024, where the targeting of the electrical grid, having destroyed 90+% of Ukraine's fossil fuel generating capacity, they moved on to the substations, absolutely critical substations to the nuclear power plants. And we saw that with the attacks in August of 2024, which then escalated again in November of 2024. Both being in Ukraine during that period where in the space of an evening or overnight, 200 missiles and drones were deliberately targeting the electrical grid of Ukraine. We know the vulnerabilities of the grid system and the substations that were targeted. What's less well known is how very close Ukraine came to losing substations at the power plants, near the power plants, those critical substations. And it's a very clear, as far as we're concerned at Greenpeace, a very clear intention to force Ukraine into effectively conceding defeat, because the loss of the grid would, of course, cascade into the potential station blackouts. And the fact that Ukraine knows there are 70%, 75% of Ukraine's electricity is currently being supplied by these 3 nuclear power plants. And it's very well known in the Ukrainian government that shutting down those reactors is not an option in terms of the survival of their society and therefore their ability to resist Russia, but also running that risk that if they don't shut them down, or at least power down, which is what they did in the end, the risk of a cascading nuclear disaster. And no country in the world has really mapped out what multiple unit failures would look like in terms of radiological releases for reactors that basically are not able to restart within a matter of days. The diesel fuel would run out, and the cooling function would no longer exist. So it's very clear that that's what Russia was aiming at last year as leverage to push Ukraine. Fortunately, there was a solution without the Russians stopping immediately, and that was to push the IEA to conduct inspections at the substations themselves. Actually, there was an agreement to base IEA personnel, but that has yet to be implemented. But in the end, fortunately, the IEA did come under pressure from civil society, from the governments in Europe in particular, and money was made available by the EU member states to fund additional extension of the IEA mission in Ukraine. And so actually in the last few months, there's been less direct targeting of those substations by Russia. But generally the situation is pretty grim. And the future of Ukraine, again, whatever happens in the negotiations, the continuation of the war, there's every prospects that the resumption of targeting substations and the electrical grid could put Ukraine in the same situation this coming winter as it was last year. But the grid itself is so severely compromised that there's an enormous risk. And then finally, looking at the overall context of nuclear plants and war, and aware of the work of Bennett Ramberg and before him Ted Taylor back in the 60s, looking at the vulnerability of nuclear power plants and how they could be used in war, we're unfortunately confronted with the fact that the International Atomic Energy Agency, I'm afraid the global nuclear industry, do not want to address this in a serious way because they largely know what the conclusion is, which is that nuclear power plants, when governments and their militaries decide to target them, there is no protection. And international humanitarian law and conventions, physical protection conventions, NPT, they just will not deal with this problem. And so I think it's important for this debate to really filter out into the wider society as we look at future energy systems. And I think I will stop there and pass to Tim Roxy. Thank you.
Sean, thank you very much. You really clearly underscored all these vulnerabilities. Really appreciate all the work you've done on the ground in Ukraine and reporting from that and drawing the larger implications. And as Sean said, now we're going to pivot to the third panelist, Tim Roxy. Tim will come at us from a different perspective, as you'll hear, but he'll also underscore other types of vulnerabilities. So Tim, whenever you're ready, I think you have maybe some slides to show as well. Please go ahead. Tim, are you able to unmute?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Tim Roxy. I've got 50 some odd years in the nuke biz. I come at it from a different perspective, and it's mostly because I've defended nuclear power plants for quite a considerable period of time against physical attacks as well as cyber attacks. So really, in order to understand how you would respond to a military attack against a nuclear power plant, it's important to understand how nuclear power plants protect against all kinds of stuff right now. A military operation against a nuclear power plant in some way, shape, or form is not dissimilar to an earthquake at a nuclear power plant. It is something that is significant. It is something that kinetically addresses the systems and structures of the power plant. And as such, it can be engineeringly analyzed. So in a nuclear power plant, we have this kind of an overview. I look at system structures and components, computer applications, and then target sets. And target sets are the physical security part. That's those elements of the power plant that, if all of the elements in a target set are compromised, can increase the core damage frequency or core melt. So you're looking at the fault tree, if you will, that leads to a radiologic release. So in a physical security plan, you defend against adversaries coming on site, taking out various components of a target set. And you can see by correlation, you can see what the adversary is going after. And we've done just a million different war games on nuclear power plants and target sets. Computer applications, these are the systems that analyze and design your nuclear fuel, your fuel pins, your containment structures, your earthquake resistance, mountings, all of these different computer applications that are safety-related applications that protect or give you the assurance of protection against different things. This is really the big one here, the design basis. There's in the early days, there were something like 18 to 20 general design criteria, and you would have a design basis of earthquake, fire, flood, etc. And you would analyze and design all your system structures and components to mitigate or resist these designs. Absent that act of God, act of military, I would submit, you get into the severe accident management guides, the SAMGs. This is where this is a Chernobyl core melt, which was held in containment, the elephant's foot, etc. So you're into something well beyond your design basis. So the plant literally is not designed to do that. And to deny operability, which is not the Russian goal. They really are looking at a radiologic release to try and threaten people. That's using the actual plant as a weapon. But on the other side, if you were a more noble adversary, for instance, deny the plant by attacking operability in such a way that you don't impact a radiologic release. And then there's a bunch of other slides here. Talks about what critical systems are, critical applications, understanding target sets, design basis. This again are how, if I were the military planner acting against a nuclear target, then I would be looking specifically at addressing certain application areas within a nuclear power plant, which would deny the ability to operate. And you've seen some of that happen already. And then that's basically the thing. And now I just want to talk for a short period of time on my experience with Zaporizhzhia and others. Prior to the February 24th, I had been working with the Ukrainians. I had been there 7 times over the years, trying to help them harden some of their facilities. One of the key things that we tried to do, my team, was to look at what we call a Queen's move. It's an attack against an electric grid. Specifically, it's an attack against key components of an electric grid adjacent to nuclear power plants in particular. It turns out that there's very good strategic military advantage if you can force an outage on a country for 36, 48, 72 hours. If you can do that, and you can do it with high degree of certainty, then your military planners can do operations similar to what happened, I think, in 1968 in Czechoslovakia, where at night a series of tanks rumbled into the various cities and basically owned the center of the town almost immediately. So overnight, in the cover of darkness, a lot of activities can take place. In Ukraine, there are a handful, quite a significant number actually, but a handful nevertheless, of substations that are in the particularly interesting location. At a nuclear power plant, if you pop open the substation outside of the nuclear power plant, disconnect the plant from the grid, it will trip and it will go on its internal safety systems. Diesels will start up, et cetera. I think Sean mentioned Long term, you would run out of diesel fuel, and that's likely true in Ukraine. Less true here in the United States because we have procedures in place to make sure we maintain supply. However, once you've tripped a plant, you cannot bring it right back online. So in the Zaporizhzhia case, you have 6 nuke plants and 7 dirt burners nearby, or fossil plants, excuse me. And those trips of the operating nuke plants would cascade to the adjacent fossil plants, trip them offline. That loss of roughly 7 gigawatts, a little bit more than that, pretty quickly would drop, through our calculations, the Ukrainian grid up to Poland on the left, so to the west. So you would have a period of time in which you could not restart, black start, the grid, because your core features of the nuke plants aren't going to come back anytime under possibly 3 days. Therefore, you have a strategic window of opportunity. If you timed it right, you can do a significant amount of military action in the cover of chaos by stimulating that backup. The work that I did specifically preparing the Ukrenergo for what I anticipated to be an invasion was designed to thwart the planning of the Russian adversary against those substations. Following the attacks, I was also involved with the United States effort to put together a series of transformers from some of my colleagues and companies, lots of companies, it turns out, who had spares in inventory. So that was an effort that we took. This gets to Henry's point about a civil defense kind of posture. You need a ready, available supply of ready spares. We happen to have a supply of ready spares for our own fleet of plants in the United States. We basically moved those onto the East Coast, and the Department of Energy, I think, facilitated transport over. However, on a paper I prepared for Henry, I pointed out that since the first kinetic strikes took out these transformers, the actual location, GPS coordinates, if you will, were absolutely known. So once you build them back in again, replacing them in the same footprint, they will simply be eliminated again. So it's a resource depletion attack, a pretty classic resource depletion attack. Lather, rinse, repeat. You start to depopulate what we had in ready available spares here in the United States. So what we basically did was took our spares, and then we got priority to replace our spares in inventory from the primary vendors, which are not that many at the high voltage level transformers. So we bumped up on the replacements because we could afford it, and we gave away the ones we had sitting on pads at plants and then warehouses. And then many of those were also subsequently taken out. In the document I wrote for Henry, I posit some strategies that will minimize the ability of the adversary from continuing this kind of attack, mostly involving a different way of structuring the output transformer substation systems at power plants. So future state looks good, not so bright that you'll need sunglasses, but it looks good. Present state is very bad. The fundamental view that I have on it is that you have to, just like an earthquake, just like fire, just like flood, just like all the other severe accidents that are part of the design basis, the one design basis that we did not choose to put into play in the nuclear power sector, and remember, I've been in it for 50 years, the one that we did not was military action. So there is Henry learned this just recently, a safeguards related set of documents that describes the adversary physical security component that the aggressor can deploy. So many people carrying so much stuff, moving into your plant site to cause chaos. That document is protected, but the physical security plan that I alluded to with the target sets is designed to thwart that threat. So an opportunity exists to try and look at what does a military threat against it look like. And you see that right now in Ukraine. So it's not difficult to anticipate what it would be. You now know you have that very tangible threat of using a reactor as a radiologic release weapon, holding it at risk to forced capitulation and or better terms in negotiation, and or destroying it, as in Chernobyl, and releasing a large-scale radiologic release. Those kinds of parameters built into a new design basis accident for military action can be analyzed through engineering processes to assess the state of the design of the physical plant itself to determine if some type of architectural change, so to speak, or physical change or operational change could help mitigate the effectiveness of a military attack against a target. We're already seeing that in Zaporizhzhia. When they took out the dam, they took out the fuel, or they took out the water supply, and you need the water supply for the cooling systems, so they threatened it. My quick assessment of that back to the Ukrenergo was, you need to go to cold shutdown because that dam is going to be gone. They will do that. It's just something that's going to happen. They've already shown that they want to attack it. They've been digging up dirt at Chernobyl, et cetera. So they want radiologic release. If they want that, then you've got to go to safe shutdown. And cold shutdown is even better before you lose the ability to do that. So behind the scenes, a lot of message traffic came between myself and my team to various new facilities in Ukraine. But when you look at the design basis accidents and add an additional design basis accident, then you have the engineering disciplines that can be applied with the evidence that you can see from the Ukrainian conflict that what military engagement can do. And now you can come up with ways in which those plants can be backfitted, hopefully, to harden them even more than what you had before. Take the radiologic threat off the table, so to speak. And I think I'll leave it there. Henry's got that, got information on me for that. So take any questions.
Yeah, Tim, thank you very much. And thank you so much for all the work that you and your colleagues, companies and consultants are doing to help Ukraine and others. And as you've heard, these three people have decades of experience and a set of issues, and they put a lot out on the table. Fortunately, we have a little more than 40 minutes, actually, for about 40 minutes for discussion. And I know I'm looking at a lot of eager faces around the room. A quick follow-on question directed toward Henry about your wargaming study. Did it assume, just to be clear, did it assume a radiological release? And in particular, as you're aware, and Tim is alluding to the work of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the NRC has done studies such as SORCA, assuming external events potentially lead to a release, external events such as earthquakes, fires, explosions. And post-Fukushima, the nuclear industry now has flex equipment to mitigate these potential accidents, and that the SORCA NRC study indicated that most releases won't occur until more than 8 hours after the event. And so kind of quick question in terms of what were the parameters, what were the operating assumptions of the war game study? Henry, thank you.
Well, I made sure that people that know how to blow things up were playing. I think safety engineers are useful, and we have them too. I used to have engineers work for me. Some of them really understand what they focus on, but not necessarily the things they don't. And this is a long way of saying we didn't assume it would happen instantaneously, but yeah, it happens. And, I think people forget that the reason we have nuclear safety engineers is because these things can happen. If they couldn't happen, you don't really need them. There has not, in every case that we had, the two games, it was stunning how the very best nuclear engineers, arguably in the nation, had very different views as to what to do. Heads up. I think what comes to mind is Roberta Wohlsteder's admonition in her book, Pearl Harbor, that you need to design your security systems around the bandwidth of uncertainty. I don't think we've done that yet. That was the major conclusion, you know, that we like our keys underneath the lamppost, if you will. And I think that's a mistake. There are very ingenious military operators and targeteers with lots of interesting and generally available munitions. The kinds of munitions you need to do certain things are not just ones we have. I don't know if that answers the question.
No, Henry, I think it's very helpful. And as you were speaking, a number of board members with expertise in a lot of these related areas, no surprise, their tent cards went up. So the order I have, Per Peterson, then Will Toby, then Jim Rispoli, and then Mensung Yim. So Per Peterson next, who actually, you know, you have some relevant expertise in nuclear power. So Per.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's very good to organize the discussion a bit around the range of different threats and actors. We worked on this. And so the first thing is that there are a whole set of measures in place related to physical security of nuclear facilities and other critical infrastructure. And we spent a lot of time working on that. So the first set of threats relate to subnational groups, non-state actors, and commercial nuclear power plants are expected to defend against those threats. Those threats are constrained by the resources available. And that's not what we're talking about here, except we were. So to the degree that we're talking about sort of that non-state actor type of threat and how we defend against that, that's not relevant to the discussion, I think, that we're supposed to be focused on. The next is that when you have state-sponsored non-state actors, that's where the capabilities of the non-state actor are more substantial. And we saw that in 9/11 because of the things that were going on in Afghanistan and such. And it's a national responsibility to assure that those types of non-state actors or state-sponsored terrorists can't, that you impede that. So then we will get to the question of war between nations. And I think at that point, then you can expect, for example, with what's going on in Ukraine, that a part of what will go on is to damage the power system in order to disrupt supply of electricity. Right. And so that has been going on in the Ukraine. Now, the next question relates to the specific things around how would you as a nation, because it is a national defense function, defend nuclear stations. And then there is a big question as to whether or not the intention of the adversary is to generate a radiological release. Right. And so if Russia intends to generate a radiological release or anybody attacking a nation is doing that, well, that's a fairly severe thing to do. And national defense is about deterring that sort of action. I don't think in this case we have evidence that Russia's intent was to generate a large radiological release in this conflict. However, then you get the set of risks. Well, could that happen? And then we'll get into the whole set of safety things, which Tim Roxy actually talked a lot about that. And for example, interruption of offsite power is obviously going to be an issue. And I would agree that there is a certain state where the best thing you can do is just shut the reactors down, because you're not going to have the capability to distribute the electricity anyhow. Right. So, but that question around national defense is one that should be a part of your national defense planning. And that and you don't disclose everything about your national defense planning, but we need to be working on that set of questions. And I think that there's some really good insights that came from parts of the discussion, but they were clouded by other parts of the discussion. So getting to a clarity about the specific question of what are the obligations to defend nuclear assets during conflict, I think that is something that merits study. Thank you.
Yeah, Henry, go ahead.
So White House Services said, how can you do a study about something so classified? And I said, I don't know, because it hasn't been done publicly, seriously, but I can tell you this. If you have a public utility system and you don't have a public narrative about how to protect it and how it might be attacked, I think you got a problem. That convinced them. And I think what we've done, and the Chinese are ahead of us on this, is try to tell you a lot of good minds have been on this. We got this. Well, maybe. I've worked in the government, actually in the Pentagon and on Capitol Hill, for more than a decade. It's populated with humans. I don't know if anyone got the memo. And what I'm telling you is what you said is absolutely correct. It is a national defense responsibility. When you take a look at these games, and I encourage you to take a look at the materials, at least in the Korean case, attribution was hellacious. It was really difficult. And the Japanese players came to the conclusion that they shouldn't do anything against North Korea, and the Americans decided to bomb the daylights out of them without consulting anybody. So you may want to have some conversations about some of the possible scenarios in war. And radiation release, I thought, would not ever make sense. Yeah. Militarily, it can. And other people have come to this conclusion, not just me. Some of them are in the military, and they want to reserve the right to do these things. When you take a look at the manual on the laws of war the Pentagon puts out, they're very, very insistent that they have the right to do this, to release large amounts of radiation. I don't think they're gonna do it, but they reserve that right because they might want to. We need to kind of put some sunlight on these things. Yeah.
Paul, you have an immediate response? Jump in, please.
Paul Dickman.
Yeah,
I just want to be clear that, after 9/11, the NRC did a very extensive study looking at the consequences of an airplane crashing into a nuclear power plant, okay? And this was actually promulgated in regulations B5B. Yep. And so my point being is that there has been public discussion. There has been extensive review about a similar, not a wartime scenario, but clearly a severe accident caused by a terrorist attack. And so it's not like this is all hidden. It's very open. I will say the studies that were done, some aspects of it were obviously confidential and classified, but the results were made public and actually promulgated into regulation. I just want to make clear.
Yeah, could I add to that too, Tim Roxy?
Yeah, Tim, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was part of that study that he just referenced. There was a classified component of it where we looked at certain details, but the unclassified version, and Henry, I talked to you about this earlier, you produce a tear line from the classified version to make a public document. I submit that we need more tear lines. Also, we looked at very, very large bombs because that was part of what the 9/11 scenario was all about. The fuel-laden plane slammed into something. What about a fuel or a TNT-laden tanker truck coming up against a nuclear power plant? What's the blast radius? What's the damage threshold? What's it look like? Is there a radiologic release? If you look at most of the facilities that are critical anymore, you'll see these BFRs, big fine rocks, scattered about. Those are at the distance of standoff to the maximum amount of load that a damn tanker truck can take if TNT detonate and still not release something, whatever the heck is in that building. So BFRs came about because of a public discourse. However, You do need much more civil response planning and declassification, tear lines for some of this information. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Tim and Paul. Next up, Will Toby, please.
So it's pretty clear to me, I think I've got this right, that when an army approaches a nuclear power plant, there isn't much that can be done to protect that plant. So I'm interested in things that might be done in other circumstances that are different aspects of conflict. So cyber attacks and drone attacks blur the national boundaries and also can occur outside of war zones. And it seems to me that there have already been large attacks on critical infrastructure assets, not necessarily nuclear, but they provide examples outside of conflict zones. So what specifically can we do to harden nuclear power plants against such attacks? And are we lacking in what's been done so far?
Specifically, that was what I did starting 6 months before the invasion with Ukraine, was knowing what I know about their attack planners and what their target would be. What could I, as an asset owner, and I was responsible for 5 nuke plants here in the United States, so I had telecommunications, OT, IT, the whole 9 yards. And I am a nuclear engineer, so for me it was real. What could I do to disrupt those 3 domains I talked about earlier? How could I protect the target sets specifically? How could I protect the cyber domain, if you will? And a lot of the guidance that I supplied to the Ukrenergo was assuming that the Russians already had mapped the entire domain, which they had, because of classified information. Assuming that to be true, what would I do tomorrow differently than I'm doing today? And that was my message to the Ukrainians. It was, what can I do today? What do I need to do soon? And what do I do if I still own the facility by the time I get around to it? So resource loading of these activities, and there's half a dozen or a dozen different activities that I pointed out. Most of them talked about disrupting on an irregular basis the map of all your infrastructure. So the IP map of your control system, for instance, it's already known by your adversary. That's the assumption you have to make as a defender. The adversary knows the roadmap of how to get to my critical switches and circuits. Therefore, my operating technology can be compromised by the adversary. We saw that on 2015, December, and 2016, December in Ukraine, on the 2 attacks that Russia took. I was involved in both of those away teams to deconstruct those attacks. I was at the Oblenergos that were attacked. I talked to the people who were the victims. I did the studies. My team, there were about 10 of us. We went all around the country looking at their critical infrastructure, specifically looking for how other pieces of their CI could be compromised with a similar attack. Regardless of whatever we looked at, it seems that every now and again, you need to assume that you are fully compromised and then take an action. What am I doing tomorrow different than I am today that will make the attack impossible or more difficult? I want to increase the cost to the adversary. And that means I want to force their war planners, their adversary planners, to redo the re-enumeration of all of my critical nodes. And that was part of my recommendations to the Ukrainian Ukrenergo, was to basically do a reset on their infrastructure on a random basis. And by doing that, I believe that we thwarted the attempt that the Russians were making to try and get to those 6 circuit breakers on the Zaporizhzhia plant. So that's a thing that you can do on an irregular basis that keeps changing the signposts to your networks, and a series of other recommendations. So the nature of AI, and one of the problems we're having right now as an attack planner, is the impact of artificial intelligence on this domain. Because now all of a sudden, a friend of mine, Richard, and I, we discussed this, and we're thinking about high frequency warfare now on a cyber side. where I have my AI attacking the critical infrastructure of another country, how can their AI recognize the pattern of my attack and suss out what my true target is? Because by looking at the attack against the relays, you can probably suss out that I'm actually going after the nuclear power plants. I want to trip them offline, deny them for about 72 hours, because I have another part of my strategy, which is going to involve ground troops. So those kinds of strategic entanglements across a whole campaign are very important. And that was part of also our challenge in 2015 and 2016. What was the true target of the Russian attack in 2015? It wasn't the Oblenergos that were taken out. It was to prepare the technology and the policy and the procedures that they needed, the TTP, to go after the second attack, which was a year later. And that was against the Ukrenergo at a much higher voltage class. So by looking at how the attacks are laid out and understanding the nature of the interdependencies between these critical infrastructures, you can suss out what the true target really is. And it's typically not where you see something. It's not where you detected something. It's going to be some other strategic component of a campaign. That mindset needs to be applied to critical infrastructure.
I would add, did some travel, and because I don't have much of a budget, actually I paid for it out of my own pocket. When you go to Nordic states, they do economics differently than we do. And so they actually island transformers around things they care about and bury the transformers and the cable. And they do this because they think it's cost effective. How do they get that conclusion? Because I can assure you, in the United States, we don't think that's cost effective, and we probably don't do it at all. That maybe is why you need a tear sheet, on that. Why do they think it's economic? Well, you say, if you do a long enough period, you encounter bad weather finally, and then it makes economic sense. So some of this is figuring out, well, how many years do you want to do a return on investment? And what is it that you're doing your economic analysis on? Also, does the United States government get a vote on this? I might add one other thing. I think you're raising the right question. What can you do? Because ultimately, it may not be as much as you would like. That's the reason we need another tear sheet. Can we deter attacks? By the way, you cannot deter attacks you don't talk about. The modest proposal, I suppose, is in having forums like this. When you talk about your own vulnerabilities, you make your enemies nervous because they think about theirs. If you have forums where certain people aren't invited and you make some of that public with the proper tear sheet, it may well be a way of gently making them spend more time figuring out how to defend their system than attacking yours. We are not yet in that competition or game. The reason I want the Defense Department involved is they need to be.
So obviously the experience gained in Ukraine is valuable, and that preparatory work clearly is important. Do we have a feel for how much of it is being undertaken in places we care about, like the United States, Europe, Japan, South Korea, and maybe some of our partners in the Middle East?
Yeah, we do have a sense. The document I put together, Do Now, Do Soon, Do If You Can, received pretty wide distribution. It made its way to NATO, and it certainly made its way to my U.S. government partners. I put it together as a private sector citizen, right? So I always flesh out my stuff with the people who hold my clearances and stuff. So there was a pretty broad group of people who quietly reviewed it for me and added some valuable insights. But ultimately, it was me who had a personal relationship with the Ukrainian electric sector people. who submitted it, and it was individuals at the NSC who physically carried it over and delivered it for me. So it did make it to governments. However, it needs to be further promulgated and understood. The whole strategy of what can I do today, right now, that's different than I did yesterday to protect against something that I'm going to assume is ready to be launched. That's a different mindset than is typical, where you just detect and then react to whatever it is. You do a lot of preparation and planning, right? The 5 phases of the National Infrastructure Protection Plan: protect, detect, mitigate, and recover. So we do a lot on the left-hand side of boom. But sometimes I find, quite often I find, it's important to assume a boom has occurred you did not detect. What would you do? If you look at the statistics of when an actual breach has occurred versus when you detected it, there is a time delay between when you look back through the forensics and you see way back in the past, 6 months, a year, 2, 3 years before was when the breach occurred. Not yesterday, the day before you detected it. That almost never happens. It's almost always way out there somewhere. So let's assume, let's stop pretending that we are not hit. Let's assume we had a bang. You don't have to do it globally. You don't have to do it across the entire United States electric infrastructure, but it's a mindset that needs to be in critical asset owners' minds. How do you behave when you assume somebody's got it? What do? Go into your response plan. See what that response plan looks like. Does it mean bouncing your IP architecture? Changing all your IP addresses? I know companies that would do that routinely, randomly, throughout every 30 days. Just like you would change your passwords, they'll bounce their entire network architecture. These are smaller places, but they are assuming that someone has surveilled them, identified the path they're going to go from host to host to host to get to where they want to go. That kind of thought process is not super duper prevalent. So it needs to be. And that document is just one example. I prettied it up a little bit when I rewrote it for Henry's use. But that's a place to start, is to look at that type of a strategy and see how you would implement it at critical infrastructure. There's a way that a regulator could require a different view of some of these things. There's even a technique called the chaotic monkey, where you make a really abrupt change in your operations just so that you can test the security and response recovery routines for an organization. I forget which company, Google or somebody, used to do these. I did them at my nuke plants, and I did them routinely through other areas. The chaotic monkey shows up and does something, and then you have to deal with that. Well, just assume that's happened. And then, were your defenses sufficient to defend against whatever that was? And is your recovery plan strong enough? So when you get thrown over to the right-hand side of boom, how am I behaving? And I think that answers some of the other questions that we had earlier. You look at Ukraine and the attacks against the electric infrastructure there. They're well over on the right-hand side of boom. And part of their response was an international outreach to replace the equipment. Part of the strategy, however, was a flaw in that the equipment went right back into the same hole as before. They did not take advantage of the opportunity to move to a distributed generation system, not centralized generation, microgrids, if you will. They didn't take that opportunity to re-architect their system. It's a little bit more expensive, but that's part of my recommendation, is to actually make sure that for your DCEI, Defense Critical Energy Infrastructure, and your CCEI, Civilian Critical Energy Infrastructure, make sure for those two cases that you do your very best to convert the load for that into a grid, a microgrid, or a smaller grid of some form. You can still use your central generation resource, but you should parallel it up with something closer. Typically, we use diesel generators for nuke plants. 3-5 of them per plant. However, when you got a DCEI or a CCEI load or area, then you really need to look at those long transmission lines, which can be compromised. They can be held at risk as a threat. So strategically, they're an advantage to your adversary's military. all of these kinds of things. And they're my assessments over the years of military attacks and the attacks I've planned all indicate to me that for those DCEI and CCEI, you really need multiple inputs to the energy infrastructure to support those loads. And you can get there with nuclear power too, by thinking a little bit differently than what you currently are. A mix of central generation and transmission distribution systems, and a combination of some local microgridding around certain sensitive critical loads, which, by the way, we do in the military, we do in the United States for some certain critical facilities. They have their own microgrid, but they don't stop taking power from the main grid. The microgrid is there as a fallback.
Tim, this is great. And I think you're actually addressing someone's question in the chat. So I really appreciate all that. But I want to bring in a couple other of our experts on the board into the conversation in the remaining roughly 15 minutes we have left. So let me go to Jim Rispoli and then Mansung Yim. So Jim, please.
Thank you, Charles. First, I'd like to thank our three presenters for very thought-provoking presentations, getting us to think about things that perhaps we should be considering. I would note that Will and I served in the Department of Energy at the same time. And when I was there, you remember there was a really big push on the design basis threat and updating the design basis threat. It's all classified. Even though I had the highest level of clearance, I had no access to that. I think probably Will did. But the point is, it was being actively done. And with that in mind, I think it's well worth, as both Per and others have said, that there are two vulnerabilities. One is the power grid, and we've seen how vulnerable that is. In Moore County, North Carolina, one rifle bullet knocked out an entire county for over a week. And you can imagine if you were being attacked physically, what that would do to your ability to respond with loss of all power. We've also had in the past week, 3 snakes have knocked out power regionally by their body obviously is long enough to do that by grounding out and shorting out the substations. But I would also like to point out that I'm on the CISA website, and the CISA website specifically says that they're working with both INL, Idaho National Lab, and the commercial industries and DOD on deliberate attacks and terrorism, that they are looking at evaluating and protecting facilities against threat of targeted large-scale terrorist attacks. They go on to talk about contaminating the community, widespread power disruption, injuries, damage, small unmanned aerial systems, UAS, other remotely operated vehicles. I think the one area that I would perhaps respectfully disagree is that as an owner and an operator, the last thing you want is to reveal your protective systems and how you assess your vulnerabilities. All of my training in the military for 30 years, you never wanted to reveal what your systems were to protect what you had, because as soon as you do, the adversary will begin to work on how to overcome them. And I can remember being at one installation where we would purchase things in Israel and Europe all over and have it sent to different places, have 3 or 4 blind drops to go pick up the equipment, because you don't want your adversaries to know. So we don't know what we don't know about what CISA is doing. I would think that just by reading the unclassified summary, that they are working with nuclear industry, they are working with DOD, and INL is providing expertise to address some of the concerns that our presenters have given us today. But I don't know how we know or don't know what they're doing, Charles. I don't know that we're privy to that. It would probably take some sort of a special study to have access to that information.
You are a poster child for my aggravation, because we were on a code word commission and they kept us from understanding until we insisted for the documents. We got them. I think you have to lean into this. The question of tear sheet and public policy is unavoidable if you want to protect the public utility system. You have to have a narrative. We don't. I'm sorry. Saying, as I've been told repeatedly, we've got this, but it's classified, is not a complete thought. And we're going to have to figure out how we can at least be where the Chinese are. I mean, we're not even paying attention to what other countries are able to do and are doing. I think we really need to rethink what we're doing. Of course, you protect certain information, but I think we've overdone it. That's the message today.
Mansong Yin, please.
Thank you. I do acknowledge that we do have a vulnerability exist, but then it depends on the national system and the policy, reactor type, reactor materials or design, and I think also the DPT. So for example, I'm from South Korea originally, and although we cannot talk about the details, in South Korean nuclear power plant, the DPT includes attack from North Korea. So it depends really on the country situation. But then I think in this country, as far as I know, NNSA is engaged in a study on this issue. So infrastructure, kinetic attack, they have initiated a major study on this issue. So not beyond what NRC has done, I think NNSA is working on this issue. But then I think this issue brings up a bigger question. So we heard that IAEA is engaged with this Zaporizhzhia situation. But then if you think about how nuclear power in terms of global development started, nuclear energy is supposed to be peaceful use only. And IAEA is the guardian of this peaceful use of nuclear power in doing safety, security safeguard, and international cooperation. So IAEA is not charged with anything dealing with military situation. So what IAEA is doing right now in Ukraine is sort of outstretch or elastic extension of their responsibility in dealing with the current situation. So in other words, there is no international body or responsibility or governance in dealing with this military attack issue at the moment. So we have to acknowledge that. Then that is a real issue. Who is responsible for the military attack on civilian nuclear facility? Do we have an international understanding or agreement or convention on this issue? No. And then the same question, but flip side of the coin is now many countries are engaged with military use of civilian, this microreactors. So, we have Pele project and a number of other countries also have the military reactor use projects. So now we're really breaching the gap, the barrier between civilian use of nuclear power and the military use. So who is going to be responsible? Obviously, this is the state issue, but I think we have to have some understanding of how this development leads into global development. So I think there is a need to address some of these issues. Now we have an intercrossing of the civilian technology into the military sector, also military sector looking into the use of civilian technology. And also the issue of in the understanding what should the industry, international community do? So the question raised by Dr. Skorsky is a valid question. There is no international concern or agreement, understanding, consensus on how to address this issue. I know a couple of people have looked at this already. NTI has come up with a report on this issue. I think there are scholars working on this issue, but still talk. No real serious dialogue with toward the consensus building. So
at least one of those reports was commissioned by.
I'm glad to hear your voice. Thanks for calling. Oh, God.
Could you mute? Thank you.
No, I was just saying that I've tried to engage NTI on this, and one of the studies I know I commissioned because I finally got it. It is not easy even for that organization to talk about. That's got to change.
He came to Vienna and talked to a bunch of people on this issue. So IAEA or the think tank community and the international community are aware of this issue and in part of the discussion going
on. Monica, I see your hand. Okay, and then Sean, you want to quickly address that, and then we'll go to Monica. Sean, please jump in.
Yes, thank you. Just specifically on the IAEA's role, unfortunately, I think the IAEA has found itself in a, well, not just a sticky situation. It unfortunately is also attempting to sort of normalize the situation. And I think you see that with their communications. This is at the secretariat level, not the broader membership or member governments. And we know that the IEA will be working with Rosatom over the coming months in preparation for restart of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. And the public discourse on this is almost non-existent. And so that basically accepting that the situation is just like a normal day at the office, that's really not acceptable. And I think just going back to some of the points that were made earlier, the fact is there has been no effective punishment of a state and state actors for what they've actually done to Ukraine's energy infrastructure, nuclear power plants. And, you know, whatever the future models and adaptations of design base and technical fixes for this, and we could raise questions on how effective they will be. If a state is allowed to get away with this without effective punishment, that sends a very important message to other governments for the future. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sean. Monica Regalbuto, one of our board members, please.
Thank you. I want to go back a little bit into the fact that the world is changing, and it's changing a lot more rapidly than any studies that we can do, right? So this is a perfect example where, okay, yes, IAEA's role is peaceful uses, but now they're, you know, going into another area because we really don't have the infrastructure mechanisms and so on to actually respond to quick changes that are happening. And we used to have these foresight studies that is like, how does the world look in 10 years? No, how does the world look in a year or two from today? And so to me, we need to move on into faster, flexible, more timely participation studies, reactions, and so on. I don't think, changing the way we conduct our business, opening or closing or being more or less restrictive is really the solution. The solution is how are we approaching the changes that are happening that we did not design for, right? And for me, the number one thing is that we are using technologies, infrastructure, mechanisms, everything that was used for peaceful uses, that was designed for that, as weapons now. And we're focusing on, power plants, because that's the topic of today. But you can argue the same thing about AI. You can argue the same thing about medicine. You can argue the same thing on many other technologies. And the fact that we have not really have a mechanism that responds to that is where we're failing. I don't think it has anything to do with declassifying or not. It has to do with the foresight studies that we did 20 years ago to prepare us for today were not accurate. And we need to have shorter studies that prepare us to what happens in a year, what happens in 2 years from today. So that is my message to the group.
Studies that are so rotten out in the public then. I mean, in other words, you cannot short circuit public discussion about public problems by planning privately. You have to figure out how to keep what's sensitive secret, but have a narrative that tracks what you know. And if you don't, you get.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you, right? I think there is a medium. I also totally respect Rispoli's perspective that, we can't just be an open book of transparency.
Well, no one
right?
is arguing that.
Yeah.
That is a straw dog.
Yeah.
If we were doing our job so well, we wouldn't be here. It's because a lot of things are not discussed and raised, and there isn't. How many hearings have there been on this? I think it's easy to count. None. Why? It's not a matter of public discussion yet. That needs to change. After all,
I do congratulate the Academy for bringing the topic.
That's right.
Yeah, so
But, you know, the labs, after all, were created to help us, not just to do studies by themselves.
yeah,
I mean, they have a very big
I-
public role.
Yeah, I appreciate your point of view. I would like us to think broader than that. And I would like us to think that our foresight scenarios are too far because the world and the technology has changed a lot faster. So,
Well, like I say, the way to spotlight that is to perhaps not simply refer to them and keep them under wraps, but perhaps now after 20 years, we can take those old studies and show that they were not on point. And maybe we need to do better. I'm actually on your side on this one.
Yeah, and you know, they yield the results that they did because of the knowledge we had, right? And the knowledge has changed a lot because the technologies have changed a lot. And you can do this in bio, you can do this in nuclear, you can do this in grids, AI, you name it. It is the way that we respond to the scenarios that we're forecasting, that forecasting needs to be a lot closer to today's reality than it is. We're going to forecast the workforce of the future for 10 years. That's too far. I need it for 2 years, 3
Monica?
months. Yeah.
Monica and Henry, I think you're a nonviolent agreement generally. Great points. And I think we're at time.
Yes.
And this has been a wonderful session. Thanks to Henry Sokolsky, Sean Burney, Tim Roxy, and all the board members for the dialogue. And, you know, as Henry said at the beginning, we don't want this to be a one-off. And then later during a closed session discussion, the board and staff NRSB will have some discussion about what do we do next potentially. And so thank you everyone for raising this issue in the manner you did. I'm going to turn it back over to Will Toby to adjourn this quote unquote morning session, and then we'll break for lunch. Thanks.
We will return at 1:10. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will now reconvene the open session with the third panel on the topic of innovative programs for the Department of Energy Environmental Management. The panelists are Haruko Wainwright of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and David Cosson of Vanderbilt University. The moderator is board member Monica Regalbuto. Over to you, Monica.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to our panel today, as we will be discussing the needs of the Office of Environmental Management in the coming years. Today, we will focus on innovation and how innovation assists EM in the future to complete the mission to address the nation's environmental legacy from the Manhattan Project through the Cold War. This legacy includes large amounts of radioactive waste, spent nuclear fuel, excess plutonium and uranium, contaminated facilities, soils, and groundwater. The focus today will be on innovation programs that support the mission, but also addresses how we can achieve the reduction in the liabilities cost, which today is scheduled to be over $420 billion. It is an honor to have two distinguished presenters today who will actually help us answer the questions of how are we going to do this and who's going to do it. And today, our first speaker is Haruko Wainwright. She is an assistant professor at MIT Department of Nuclear Science and Engineering. She has degrees from Kyoto University and UC Berkeley, and her research focuses on environmental modeling and nuclear contamination. She leads several interdisciplinary projects, including Altemis, and she will be discussing that with us today. Our second speaker will be David Cosson. He is the Gass Family Chair in Engineering and Environment at Vanderbilt University, where he also serves as a professor in multiple departments and directs the Environmental Engineering Laboratory. His research centers on managing nuclear chemical waste supported by the Department's Energy's CRESP Center. And he will be also discussing with us CRESP and the path forward for environmental remediation. So with that, I am going to start with Haruko. Anytime you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, for the introduction. So I will share my screen. And do you see my presenter mode screen?
Yes,
Yeah,
looks
I
great.
click that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so thank you so much for the invitation. I'm honored to present a project in the National Academy meeting. In this talk, I will talk about the Advanced Long-Term Environmental Monitoring Systems project, Artemis project, aiming to establish the new paradigm of long-term monitoring. First, I'd like to acknowledge the participants, the collaborators, as well as the funding agency. This project is funded by DOE-EM, and it is a multi-institutional, multidisciplinary project. The overall lead is Savannah River National Laboratory and Carol Eddy Dirac. So Department of Energy, as you know, is responsible for the cleanup and institutional control of more than 100 sites across the US. In particular, there are remaining 15 DOE-EM sites. The remediation of these remaining sites, particularly large and complex groundwater contamination, is expected to take decades. The GAO office estimated that EM's reliability could be $500 billion, more than $500 billion for environmental cleanup across these sites. I think it's important to look at these sites in a broader context of soil and groundwater contamination. US has more than 1,000 sites, 1,000 Superfund sites that have large-scale contamination of organic, metal, or radioactive waste. There are more than 400,000 brownfield sites that have some sort of hazardous material in the ground. We have more than 30-year history of remediation, but we are finding out that it is quite challenging to deal with low concentration, large volume contamination. For example, the treatment is no longer effective at low concentrations, but it's not practical to remove all the contaminants. So environmental remediation has been shifting over the last decade. Here is the diagram of the paradigm shift for the environmental remediation. So the history of environmental remediation is actually pretty short. It's after 1970s when the environmental regulations were established. In the past decade, the environmental remediation is transitioning from intensive treatment to more sustainable methods. This is because many people learn the side effects of remediation. Remediation cleanup is actually not clean. It could create a lot of waste. It could use a lot of energy, water. It could have ecological impact, and it could produce noise and air pollutions as well. So we have to balance this trade-off. So the sustainable remediation aims not just contaminant removal, but to consider overall environmental footprint. It aims to minimize these side effects, including waste, pollution, ecological damages, for example. Specifically, sustainable remediation encourages the use of biodegradation for organic contaminants and also the immobilization of heavy metal or radionuclides rather than removing contaminants. If there is no public health impact or the plume is very stable, molecular natural attenuation could be preferred or maybe beneficial considering these side effects. This means longer institutional control is required, but we can come up with alternative and attractive end use. For example, we can put solar panels on the ground, or we can use the site, cleaned up site for nature preserve. This was done at Rocky Flat, phenol sites in the DOE, among DOE sites, for example. But it requires long-term environmental monitoring. So environmental monitoring has been observed to be very critical for long-term institutional control. Real data sets are the hard evidence and facts that can provide assurance to local communities. I actually started my career as modeler and assessment person, but I have to say that people are in general skeptical of modeling results and prediction results. But the real data sets are the hard fact. And we can detect any anomalies if they happen, or monitoring could be a critical ways to keep operators accountable and responsible. And for the liability perspective, these monitoring datasets are really important to tackle misinformation and fake news, often associated with DOE sites. So based on these needs, DOE-EM has started Artemis project, Advanced Long-Term Environmental Monitoring Systems project, for establishing the new paradigm of long-term environmental monitoring. Specifically, we aim to integrate these three components. We have exciting new sensors, new sensing platforms available. We have simulation capabilities that have been advanced significantly recently, and of course, machine learning and AI. We want to integrate these multidisciplinary technologies in a seamless manner. Our scope is guided by real-world observations. For example, at the DOE Mount site, it's been observed that the watering for construction nearby has shifted the groundwater table and shifted the plume direction. Or some of the sites, like DOE Canonsburg site, is close to the water and groundwater fluctuate associated with river stages. So we see sort of the variability in the groundwater, and contaminant concentration also variable as well, responding to this fluctuation. And there is a concerns about climate change impact, particularly sort of large extreme weather event, flooding, or changes in hydrology. And these examples suggest the importance of monitoring hydrology, particularly water table, for detecting changes in contaminant mobility and plume migration. Another example is from DOE Savannah Riverside F area. During the pump and treat system, they re-injected treated water, but it has a lot of cations. So due to the cation exchange, it mobilized strontium 90 concentration. Here is the strontium 90 concentration, red curves. And we have seen that this cation concentration increase happens before the actual contaminant concentration, and we can see that in the electrical conductivity. So this suggests the importance of proxy variables. If we actually measure, let's say, electrical conductivity, we can actually detect the changes before the contaminant concentration changes happen. And our demonstration is based on Savannah Riverside F area. There is a kilometer scale nitric acid plume, including different radionuclides like tritium, strontium, iodine, and uranium. And this came from a loadable radioactive waste solution from Purex process. There had been different remediation approaches. There used to be pump and treat, but now they are doing immobilization of uranium and iodine through in situ amendment. So the monitoring is really important to monitor this in situ amendment as well as the transition to monitor natural attenuation. One big part of our project is to modernize groundwater monitoring. So the current groundwater monitoring is based on water sampling and sending the samples to laboratory. It could be very expensive. It is actually expensive. Each sample costs more than several $100s, and we have hundreds of wells. And we have to wait for the results more than a week or so. And these sampling datasets are temporarily sparse, so it could miss the anomaly. So we are developing in situ real-time monitoring approach based on low-cost in situ sensors, wireless network, and cloud computing. So we can do continuous monitoring of selected water quality variables. As I mentioned, water table is really important for plume direction, plume speed, and we can detect electrical conductivity, pH, and others by low-cost in situ sensors. And synthesizing these data sets through machine learning and AI, we can, for example, detect changes and also estimate contaminant concentration. Then we can detect changes immediately, and also we can reduce the monitoring cost because we can reduce the number of sampling and sampling frequency. We have established a data analytics workflow from exploratory data analysis to quantifying the correlation between in situ variables, in this case, specific conductance and uranium concentration, and then apply machine learning to estimate the contaminant concentrations over time. This demonstration was done using the historical data set, and based on this concept, we actually installed all the sensors in 2023. This concept was actually well received, and it was highlighted by multiple papers. It was really nice to see that people are excited about AI machine learning development for environmental protection. We are expanding this machine learning framework. We have developed a Python package that includes many useful functions for long-term groundwater contamination monitoring and data analytics. It includes a suite of algorithms and functions from exploratory data analysis to unsupervised learning. This is to identify correlations, grouping the wells that are similar behavior. Supervised learning is spatial temporal mapping, and optimization is to optimize sensor network. I can show you some of the examples. For example, now we can map groundwater table much better based on the elevation as a proxy. And also we can map tritium concentration based on the correlation between in situ measurable specific conductance and tritium concentration. These are site-specific correlations at the site. And we have actually implemented the well placement optimization so that these subset of wells can capture the heterogeneity in groundwater table as well as contaminant plume. And we actually use this algorithm to decide where to place sensors. And we can actually identify the minimum but sufficient number of wells so that we can decrease the monitoring cost here as well. So this is the demonstration of the real-time monitoring. So we can you can sort of see that the clock is running. We can monitor groundwater table and also tritium concentration based on in situ sensors. And currently we are improving the algorithms to improve the accuracy of this estimation. I'd like to touch upon a few more development items. The developments are guided by this vulnerability zone concept. So instead of applying all the technologies to everywhere, we identify where are the zones of vulnerability. we looked at different contaminated sites, particularly DOE sites, and we identified the common features. For example, many DOE sites have disposal cells or surface barriers, and there is a lot of residual contaminants in the vadose zone below this surface barrier. So this source zone is very important. And treatment zone, particularly in situ remedy, this is an important zone. Lastly, some sites have a seep zone or wetland where the groundwater plume contamination comes up to the surface. And often the wetland is called the last line of defense because wetland has a lot of fine sediments, organic sediments that tend to accumulate the contaminant concentration. And it actually cleans up the water before going into the stream. So for the source zone monitoring, we have developed ER geophysics-based approach. We have installed electrical resistivity tomography monitoring. These are basically the surface electrodes. By changing which electrodes to induce electrical current, we can actually do the tomography, like CT scan, for example. So we can actually map and image the subsurface, and we can detect changes in the subsurface. For the groundwater seep zone, we are using geophysics and in situ sensors to characterize the heterogeneity of geochemistry, hydrology, and contaminant concentration across the wetland region. And also we have installed in situ sensors to observe the variable geochemical conditions as well. In parallel, we are pushing the use of or integration of simulations and machine learning and AI, someone called simulation intelligence. We have two applications. One is to evaluate the climate change impact on groundwater contamination. We have developed a deep learning-based emulator. We actually used a Fourier neural operator. The second application is to map the contaminant concentration, improve the interpretation. We call it physics-informed interpretation. We have developed a Bayesian hierarchical approach for this purpose. So the climate change impact on residual contaminants, groundwater contamination, and remediation, they are actually emerging topic. For example, higher precipitation could remobilize residual contaminants, but it can dilute the concentration because there's more water. So we have to evaluate quantitatively. So here are some questions that people have. Should we change management strategies or should we change monitoring configuration? But often computation is pretty heavy. We can't run simulation on laptop. So one way is to develop deep learning-based emulator, digital twin. So we first run simulations, contaminant transport simulation on supercomputers, and we have ensemble simulations, and we use this as a training data set to do regression. Once we have this statistical representation, we can just use the emulator on the laptop. So in this case, emulator is a statistical representation of physical model. So physical model usually connect input parameters like climate subsurface parameters and output, but we are actually replacing these physical simulations by deep learning or emulator. So once we have emulator, for example, this is the demonstration. Here is actually the two simulated data set. In this case, not included in the training set, but here is the data-driven prediction. We can almost replicate the simulation without actually running simulation. And we can use this for offline climate change assessment, for example. We can change the recharge value. This is how much water going into the groundwater, and we can see the effect on the plume. And we can sort of see that blue region is dilution, lower concentration. Red region is higher concentration, remobilization. So at the same time, at the same place, we see both dilution and remobilization effects. And this has to be sort of considered when we distribute monitoring well network. Another application is to integrate the to map the plume much better. So there here the sparse measurement of the contaminant concentration. I mean, still many of the consulting companies just draw the plume by hand, but we can do better than that, I think. And in addition to this interpretation, we know that plume is going downstream. So this sort of physical information comes from a contaminant transport model, and we also have in situ sensor data set. So we can integrate all these information using Bayesian model to create the integrated plume map. And this will improve the quantification, the contaminant soil volume, and groundwater plume mass, for example. We are planning to use this new technologies for actual applications, and we are actually planning to talk with the regulator in a month or two. And we have been also talking with legal experts. For example, if we read regulations carefully, we can see that, for example, reducing sampling frequency is slightly easier than reducing the number of wells. So we are thinking of stepwise implementation. It's important to emphasize additional safety assurance. For example, continuous monitoring can improve the safety by acting as early warning system. And we are not going towards autonomous monitoring, but we aim for more AI-assisted monitoring, and we try to take more technologies for tangible, useful applications. For example, anomaly detection for instrument failure, in addition to system change, or this digital twin could be useful to simulate and predict and evaluate what can happen in the future, as I talked before. Lastly, I want to mention that these new technologies are not just actual applications. Students are really excited about new technologies. And I have to say that AI machine learning is where a lot of advances are happening. So to advance the industry and to keep good workforce, we have to position ourselves to employ these new technologies, advancement. And I think that it is critical to attract the next generation workforce. So I know that I'm running over time, and I would like to end here. Here is the summary. So this monitoring, long-term monitoring, is motivated by the development for sustainable remediation that considers overall net environmental impact rather than just removing contaminants. Long-term institutional controls will be important for DOE and beyond. And Artemis project is developing many technologies for this long-term monitoring, such as in situ sensors, various machine learning AI approach, and also the integration of simulation and machine learning. And we are committed to transition these technologies to actual implementation and actual applications for not just Savannah River site and other sites. And we are planning, and we are really thinking hard about the pathway to adaptation. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Haruko. We're gonna go to David, and then we will open the floor for discussion. So if you don't mind holding a little bit, and then folks can do the integration. So David,
sure,
maybe...
I'll go ahead and share my screen and get started.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay, you should be seeing a title slide now.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Monica. I'm going to be talking about the Consortium for Risk Evaluation with Stakeholder Participation, known as CRESP, and that's a multi-university, multidisciplinary consortium. We currently have 11 different academic institutions that are active collaborators on this and partners in CRESP, and you see them listed below. And Vanderbilt is the lead institution for this. And this is a cooperative agreement with the Department of Energy through the Office of Environmental Management. So the mission of CRESP has been to support safe, effective, and publicly credible risk-informed management of the existing and future nuclear waste from government and civilian sources through independent review, strategic analysis, applied research, and education. It was established in 1995 in response to a recommendation from the national academies that at the time the department was just learning about its liabilities that it had from the former nuclear materials production sites or defense materials production sites. And the Academy recommended that there be an arm's length academically based institution that would work with the department and other stakeholders for the benefit of furthering the mission for the benefit of the country. And towards that, over this time period, CRESP has worked with almost all of the sites, the small sites and the large sites in the DOE complex, as far east, I guess, as Brookhaven, and as far west as Amchitka on the chain of Alaska, getting close to the former Soviet Union. In all of this, we've been trying to help build the confidence in environmental management decisions by providing capability, providing credibility and certainty to the decisions that are being made, and doing this with a range of stakeholder engagements. So as we look at this, between the former defense sites and the nuclear energy waste management issues, we're targeting more than $1 trillion in U.S. liability. CRESP is now celebrating 30 years of being an active participant in this, and we've substantially contributed to more than $100 billion in cost savings to the DOE complex. Those were numbers that were related to me by colleagues at the GAO not that long ago. They're not our own estimates, but we can show specific programs that we've worked on that have been substantial partners in and have had these impacts. And recently, CRESP, the cooperative agreement, was renewed for 5 years, so from 2025 to 2029. We bring expertise in education and workforce development, risk communication and stakeholder engagement, nuclear and chemical safety, as well as health physics, waste processing, waste disposal systems, and waste form performance, environmental and ecological assessments, fuel cycle evaluations, nuclear environmental law and regulation, and independent review. When we talk about stakeholders, we view that as people that have an ongoing legal responsibility or interest in the cleanup mission and in the nuclear waste management missions. So it's obviously the Department of Energy, the federal regulators, which include EPA, for example, and the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, state regulators, but also the tribes, site-specific advisory boards, state, local, and federal elected officials, the general public, and advocacy groups. So this is a pretty broad encompassing definition of who the stakeholders are, and which stakeholders that we work with depend on the nature of the specific problem that we're being engaged with. They could be national in scope, and they have been in many circumstances, and many circumstances they've been local in scope. The U.S. Partnerships and collaborations, obviously a number of different universities bring a different expertise. And what we do is seek out the best available expertise from universities and elsewhere as partners in CRESP. But then also we collaborate with national laboratories. Many of them, we have active collaborations going on right now, those that are listed, for example. But then also we engage with federal agencies and entities such as the Department of Energy, the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board, Environmental Protection Agency, the Government Accountability Office, the National Academies, Smithsonian Institution. And importantly, as a cooperative agreement, while we have a scope that is discussed and agreed upon between the CRESP and the Department of Energy, we are not going as an agent of the Department of Energy or any other organization when we talk with these agencies, and we have free ability to do so. We're not limited or constrained in how we do that. And our independence has been a key attribute of CRESP over time and valued by the various stakeholders. So that's why it's important that we're a cooperative agreement, much as the National Academies is with the Department of Energy, as opposed to a grant or contract type of vehicle. We have a number of international partnerships that bring very important specialized expertise. In Australia, for example, working with PFAS leaching, fate and transport. With Israel, looking at ancient materials as ancient analogs. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Great Britain, and working with the Office of River Protection, specialty in glass waste form, corrosion and performance. South Korea, folks have been working on nuclear waste form performance, etc. Some of the others that you see listed here. These are just a few of the CRESP contributions. I'll kind of outline them and then highlight some of our current scopes and what we're doing. The Reporter's Handbook was written as an introduction for journalists about different topics in nuclear materials, energy, and waste management. This has been about 15 years ago that we put this together now, but at the time, the National Science Foundation indeed paid for it to be distributed to every newsroom in the country. And since then, it has also become a reference or textbook in numerous high school and undergraduate classes as an introductory basis to these issues, because it was written for a more general audience. At the other extreme, The Fuel Cycle to Nowhere was written as a legal piece on looking at the U.S. law and policy in nuclear waste that was written by Richard and Jane Stewart of the NYU Law School. And that's still the definitive treatise in this area that is available. More recently, about 2 years ago, we were asked by the Environment Agency in England to do a multinational review and workshop on good practices for independent strategic reviews for nuclear decommissioning. Obviously, England has several issues related to Sellafield that are analogous to the ones that we have here in the United States. Well, we organized a workshop that included the GAO and the National Academies, the Department of Energy in the United States, as well as the International Atomic Energy Agency, representatives from a host of different countries that were involved, and reviewed what would be good practices for these independent strategic reviews. And this provides a useful guide as to how to carry out those kinds of reviews and engage with stakeholders as part of the process. So it's really a process guide. Risk analysis, we recently did a special issue on that of how to deal with risk communication during crises and chronic exposures, and built on the expertise of a number of people who have been involved with this with decades, with DOE and external to DOE, Department of Defense, EPA, etc., different tribes, agencies, to bring forward what their experience was, as well as what the academic aspects are of it. More recently, we've been working in collaboration with Savannah River National Lab. We co-led with SRNL the assessment of fluoropolymer production with use and analysis of alternative replacement materials. These were reports that were requested of DOE by Congress, a series of 2 reports. The first report is in the public domain, and the what would happen, what are the life cycle impacts, and what are the replacement technologies that potentially could be used for fluoropolymers, which are ubiquitous right now. And we were asked to look at a wide range of industry sectors, as you see listed here. Another one, which was very specific to the EM mission, was a follow-on report for the analysis of supplemental treatment of low-activity waste at the Hanford Nuclear Reservation. We were a significant portion of the team that did the FFRDC and reported back to the National Academies, and then the National Academies report worked with that. CRESP contributions include looking at the legal aspects of it, as well as the technological evaluations and how to frame the assessment protocols with that. Other example contributions from CRESP include the response to the detection of Neptunium-237 in the Zanz Middle School, the Portsmouth Gaseous Diffusion Plant. Here we provide technical assistance, and that included risk communication and engagements with the local community. Development of and verification of long-term performance models for grout and glass waste forms, using ancient materials and analogs from around the world, with ages up to 4,500 years old that are well characterized, and that's doing in collaboration with several international organizations as well as Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. Risk-informed decision-making for safety to enhance the guidance available to DOE EM on the use of quantitative and risk-informed decision-making and its safety applications. And then specific review of safety practices at several sites. For example, when the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, or WIPP, in New Mexico wanted to restart unfiltered ventilation for certain applications, or looking at changes to DOE Standard 1027 on hazard categorization. CRESP participated, in many cases led those evaluations. Amchitka Island, Alaska, was a project that we did several years ago that was at the request of the state of Alaska and the Department of Energy to evaluate the potential impacts of former underground nuclear test shots on the marine biota and fisheries that supplied about a third of the commercial fish for the United States, as well as subsistence fishing for the native Aleuts in that region. So there we organized a multidisciplinary team, fielded sampling of the different trophic levels, split samples for QA/QC with Idaho National Lab, and ultimately ended up with a biomonitoring plan, which is now in place and resolved that issue. Notably, the Cannikin test shot started with a Greenpeace protest, and in the end, the CRESP developed biomonitoring plan was endorsed by them as well as the state of Alaska, and everyone was in agreement. An important part of that success was engaging the local population as well as the University of Alaska in the entire process, from the development of the science plan through its execution, during the fielding and of the sampling and the analysis of the samples, and then going back to the local Aleut communities about what we learned and answering questions. So that stakeholder engagement was a key part of making that a success. The early career program, workforce development. Martha Grover and Nick Chen, Martha from Georgia Tech and Nick from University of Central Florida, are leading our early career program, which is open to graduate students and postdocs and early faculty members throughout the country. Anyone's welcome to join. We have presentations of career pathways and different experiences in the nuclear area from national labs, from EPA, from state agencies, from the Department of Energy, for these young professionals to learn how people pursued their careers, but also what are their lessons learned? What do they wish they had known when they were early on in their careers, and to reflect that. So it's an open dialogue that's done via Teams, typically once or twice a month. And it's also an opportunity for the students, the graduate students and early career folks, to present their information to each other, to have a broad discussion and dialogue with that. We have our planned annual field trip to one of the EM sites. We also pair up mentors with the early career professionals, and then also help place internships and give a best paper award. This also is available as a networking environment for the early career professionals through LinkedIn and other ways. So that is helpful to get them engaged. And then also we work on the Nuclear Environmental Engineering and Science Education Workshop, something notably that Hiroko led off with the first workshop at MIT. The second one was at Clemson University, and then we did one at Vanderbilt last year. So Hiroko and I and Clemson have been working together on all of these. And now we're planning one for this summer, which will actually be held in East Tennessee. And what we learned last summer was, given the enormous growth and demand for workforce development in this country, for the next several years to decade. We don't even have the institutional capability of training that number of folks rapidly enough. So this year's workshop is going to be focusing on educating the educators. That being targeted on 2- and 4-year universities in the general Tennessee Valley area that don't have nuclear engineering programs, but can be important workforce contributors and provide introductions to these areas. So increasing the awareness of the workforce opportunities, providing foundational information regarding nuclear missions, and providing access to teaching resources, making them aware of what is available. And when I say nuclear missions, it's important to realize we're talking today about the cleanup mission. However, there is also the nuclear energy mission, which is growing and has workforce demands, as well as the national security mission. These have overlapping expertise and they compete for the same workforce. So it's important to recognize that this is kind of an overlapping Venn diagram where these three missions need to work together between the government, industry, and academia to supply that workforce.
Okay, we got about another minute, so
Yep,
we
I'm
can
going
open
through.
for
Don't worry.
discussion.
We'll
Thank you.
get through all of it. Other examples that we have are working on trusted information and strategies for radioactive waste management and community engagement, working with DOE on that. Understanding the scope of recent Supreme Court decisions on environmental law and policy and how that can affect the DOE missions. And you'll have these slides to go through them. Tank waste uncertainty, the Hanford Tank Waste Program, understanding the uncertainties and quantifying them to understand how that will affect the long-term mission and decisions that need to be made. Online methods for monitoring during tank waste processing. Obviously, that's a huge mission that needs to be done to reduce monitoring costs. The landfill partnership has become the definitive source of authoritative technical information for design, performance assessment, and on-site disposal facilities throughout the country. I mentioned long-term performance monitoring and development of models and verification using ancient analogs with international collaborators. And then looking at the integrity of the tanks and the vaults long-term after closure, getting to the issue of what levels of residuals would be acceptable. Also, CRESP has resulted in bringing additional partnerships together to the other nuclear missions for the Department of Energy. For example, through the Office of Nuclear Energy, CRESP is one of the participants in the consent-based siting consortium that are moving forward for interim storage of nuclear waste. By the numbers, CRESP has served 14 of the major sites, has included over 24 universities, 127 graduate students, and we typically put out about 50 peer-reviewed publications per year. So that's with the 1 minute left, Monica.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I know you guys have run an incredibly successful program for over 30 years now, and giving you 20 minutes probably doesn't do justice, but it's really a great thing to see how one of the recommendations of the Academy of Science has really blossomed and flourished, and all the impact that it has had over the program. So with that, I'm going to start on the discussion portion of our panel. And I'm going to ask, I think it'll be Charles over there, because I cannot see when people raise their little, name tags in there, and if they're not using the hand option. So if you could monitor for that, that would be great. Otherwise, I know some of the folks are log in and they can use the hand option to ask questions. So the floor is open for discussion and comments.
I see that, excuse me, Monica, Mansung Yim has his tent card up.
Yes.
And then Paul Dickman.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Appreciate a lot of work behind this. So first question is to Professor Wainwright. It's interesting to look at the issues of climate change along with the monitoring work that you have developed. So since I'm not familiar with, at this point, the legal regulatory aspects of these activities, so what is the timeline associated with your current monitoring work, or what is the regulatory requirement? And then how does it relate to your interest in looking at the issues of climate change? Another question is, so you have done an excellent job in developing this monitoring network. And then you also talked about risk, I think, projections and so on. Maybe there is already an activity because you're part of this CRESP, but is there activity related to turning that information into risk projections and then public information and communication type of activities? And then also, how do the lessons you learn from this, are you planning to share these experiences with some of the Superfund sites? You talked about many Superfund sites out there, and we have lots of issues in the country. Is there a plan to utilize these insights or lessons with those non-radioactive hazardous waste management issues? And then Professor Coulson, very interesting. I think we ran out of time, but then I'm very interested in learning about your insight from the activities you have conducted, like Alaska Island, and then risk communication, public sort of participatory decision making in these decisions and so on. Are there some key insights and lessons you could share with the board?
So we'll start with Haruko and then David, and then after we finish, we'll go to Paul D.
Okay, so thank you so much for the questions. First, I would comment on the regulatory issues. So different sites within the DOE have a different regulatory agencies or regulatory requirements. For example, some sites are governed by RCRA, some sites are more like UMTRCA. And in terms of the monitoring, the record of decision actually define what's monitoring should be done. So then now we are trying to change. So just to install the different sensors for research purpose, it was a lot of work. I mean, it should be, it is protecting the environment. So I think it should be done, but somewhat, yeah, I think we are aware sort of the how to address these regulatory requirements. And then now the site is open to basically open the RCRA permit and change. So this year is actually
right.
quite
I
a
think
bit
one of my question or interest is, I know RCRA requirements are very short term, but then you talked about climate change and etc. So is there a recommendation you could even make this thing into more longer term activities and so on?
Sure. I mean, I think that, for example, water table monitoring we recommend it's critical. And sometimes we see increased concentrations, but without any monitoring, we don't know why this increased concentration is happening. So for the climate change impact sort of monitoring, we highly recommend water table. And some sites are already seeing the impact, more frequent inundation, for example. Well, I guess maybe more at the DOE LM sites aspect, but some sites are actually seeing it. So it's actually not sort of the future projection, but it's more recent. Or the damage to the disposal cells, it's already happening, and there have been observation. So we are sort of responding to this emerging effect, and it's not hypothetical, and it's happening. And in terms of sort of application of, let's say, AI, machine learning, new technologies to site management and beyond DOE, we are very interested, but we are also aware that contamination is a sensitive topic, and sensor to machine learning is not sort of straightforward as people assume. There are drift in the sensors. or sort of anomalies in the sensor, degradation of the sensor, we have to evaluate all these possible sort of issues with monitoring. So that's something that we are actively working right now. Sort of AI machine learning in the computer is one thing, but actually implementing and actually implementing within the regulatory framework is the different thing, but we really work hard to bridge this gap. I hope, yeah, if I miss something, I'm happy to answer more actually.
Thank you, Haruka. Let's go to David.
Sure. Some of the things that I think are important are lessons learned through all this, or key insights. First, let's talk about stakeholder engagement. It's important to do it early, not midway through a project. In other words, start at the beginning when you're beginning framing the projects, and have extensive stakeholder engagement early on. Tell them what your objectives are, where you're going, and listen. Listen to what their concerns are, listen to what alternative perspectives they may have. Listen broadly and carefully. Don't expect that you go to a stakeholder engagement and know all the answers, and continue with that engagement throughout the project, and even after, once you think that you've concluded it, to get feedback at different spots. How to do that and the different ways of looking at it in the complex environment. The good practices in strategic reviews provides a lot of insights there for these complicated multi-billion-dollar type programs. The second is in terms of how to make good progress in these challenges that we have. And I think that really comes about through a careful integration and interplay between the technical, the regulatory, and the communications and stakeholder engagement. In that area, I would encourage regulatory flexibility. I would look towards where there are opportunities for regulatory reform or improvement, because what we need to be doing is keeping in mind what the end goal is, what our real objectives here are, as opposed to feeling like we are constrained by regulatory programs that were not designed for problems and programs of this complexity and magnitude. When you look at CERCLA and RCRA, they were originally developed for much smaller challenges, which weren't small, but they were dealt with issues of fund balancing. They dealt with issues of industrial sites that were of tens to hundreds of acres, not hundreds of square miles that we're dealing with. And they were dealing with timeframes that could be measured in years to a few decades. We're here at these DOE sites. We're looking at multiple decades just to complete the cleanup, much less long-term monitoring, and timeframes of performance that are 1,000 years or longer. So keeping that in mind, and also keep in mind that the cost of these programs are most closely tied to the schedule and time that they take. Because the ongoing mission, the hoteling costs, as it's referred to keep the workforce engaged, trained, and moving forward, maintaining safety at these sites, the way you're going to save the most on these programs and be most cost effective is where you save overall schedule time. Because while these technical innovations by themselves may make other things possible, the return on investment are things in regulatory and time and technical where they all work together to shorten the mission and be more cost effective in the mission.
Thank you, Dave. Let's go to Paul Dickman.
Well, actually, I think both Haruka and David just touched on my my question, and that really is acceptance by the regulator. And you know, so just so the NRC has actually very much embraced the use of digital twins and looking at AI to give them risk-informed views. But you know, my personal experience has been that particularly when it comes to hazardous waste and with the EPA and with state regulators, they're not as quick to embrace these concepts. So I guess my question to both of you is that what's your experience thus far in having both at a state level and a federal regulator for hazardous waste? You know, how attuned are they to understanding what sorts of risk insights you can gain from these tools that you guys are advocating for?
Let me start with a response to that if I can. The first thing is recognizing that your regulators are not necessarily as adept in the cutting edge technology. So there's an educational process there The communities of practice for risk and performance assessment, for example, something that CRESP and DOE and the NRC and state regulators have all worked together on to continue going forward, provides a vehicle for that exchange and educational process, as well as confidence building in these techniques. And you're going to need to build the confidence in these techniques before they're going to be readily accepted moving forward. So I think these processes to get them adopted are as important as the technology itself.
I would add some, yeah, thank you, David. I would add a few comments. So I actually have never talked directly to the regulators. So I apologize that my experience is quite limited, but it took us some time to convince the site to go to the regulators and bring up. Now that the site is much more open to this idea, and we plan to talk to the regulators this year. So it is a big sort of year for us, and we are really working hard. And I would say that we recognize the difference between pure computational and real world applications. Environment, particularly groundwater, geoscience, it's much more uncertain and complex. So some of the new ideas may not work, or some of the sensors just dealing with hardware. It is a challenge, but that's something that we are really working on it. And I would add that we really think that I really think that these new technologies and adapting is essential for next generation workforce. I have seen some meetings or the review of assessments where people reject new ideas, new models, and new approaches. It really sort of discourage any new development. And I have heard recently that hydrogeology is a little bit of crisis. Not so many students are interested coming into groundwater monitoring, modeling, for example. And I think it's really important to kind of taking new technologies into the communities to sustain sort of interest and excitement, particularly from the young people.
Do we have any more hands over there, Charles?
I am looking, I'm scanning, I'm looking people in the eyes. Don't be shy, folks.
Yeah.
We got another roughly 10 minutes.
Yeah, we can. I do have a couple of questions for our panelists, but I don't want to take the time if somebody in the room.
Oh no, Monica, you go for it. You
Okay,
are
so
very much a subject matter expert here too.
That's okay. Thank you. So I think one of the things that always intrigues me the most, right, is when you have a heavily regulated environment like the one that we work, right, there is a lot of reluctancy for bringing in new technologies, even though in the end it's way more cost effective. And where you're looking at liabilities of $500 billion, it really isn't. There is a lot of opportunities. Part of it comes from the way we do contracts. And it's not that the cleanup contractors don't want to embrace something new, is that the contract is written with 20 years or 10 years. And this is what we're going to do, and this is what we do. And there is really no flexibility in trying to be an innovator because you have to follow through that pattern. So one area that needs some changes, and I know Rispali was really good at the contractual pieces when we were at DOE, is how do you modernize that system such that we can inject new technologies without having a penalty for the contractor? And back to Haruka's point and Davis is, we have a completely different workforce that is going to finish this mission. EM was established roughly 40 years ago. all of those folks are retiring and gone. The new workforce is exposed to modern tools and technologies in school, and they don't want to come and work into, grab samples and, drawing by hand a plume map, right? They want to ask the hard questions and do the calculations. So maybe I'd like to hear others' thoughts on how do you modernize contracting so that the cleanup contractors have the opportunities to innovate.
What
And
I
we
would
saw
say,
this on Science of Safety, right? First, nobody used robotics, and now you go to waste management and the Boston dogs are all over, right? But it took time to get through that. So go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, what I would suggest is you need to incentivize the contractors for innovation and cost savings, but you also have to incentivize the regulators, the communities, and the states to make these changes and for their benefit. Because as long as if they're the people that are the gatekeepers, and your regulators are your gatekeepers in many ways, unless they're incentivized to adopt new technologies and have the flexibility to adopt them, then they'll keep saying no, or there'll be little interest, as Hiroko had mentioned. So you've got to work with both sides of the puzzle, or all sides of the puzzle. It's not just two, and make sure that they have both the flexibility and the incentives to adopt these early technologies for the benefit of both environmental and human health protection and making the cleanup mission more cost effective and protective.
Haruko, any thoughts?
Yeah, I totally agree with it. But I guess maybe I would also add that I think it could be good to have a little bit of room to play, in a sense that, yes, all the technologies have to be eventually used, and I totally agree, and we are committed to it. But at the same time, I think that these technologies are good tools to, for example, attract new workforce, good people, right? So I think, well, it should go tandem. If these new technologies never get used, it gets boring for these young people. But it's kind of chicken and egg problem. You need innovative young people to advance the field. And then also you have sort of more flexibility to inspire these young people. So I think that this sort of consideration can be included in addition to this cost incentive and all the criteria, I think.
Thank you. Any other additional questions? Trying to see the room. Oh, go ahead, Haruko. You want to say something?
I also want to add, related to the discussion this morning, radiological sites have sort of not just actual impact, but the impact due to perception. For example, I really sort of appreciate the comments from pediatric doctors, for example. I saw hear a lot of stories that, they are worried about cancers because of these, they're living close to these sites, and that the actual impacts may not be real, but it's somehow the perception. That's why we think that real data sets are really important. But at the same time, I think kind of bringing more young generations who are really excited about environmental protection, sustainability, that will totally change the face of DOE. So I think that will sort of just putting new face, more people who are excited about the environment, I think it will change the perception of DOE, and I think it will have a positive effect on the liability issues, I think. It's hard to quantify, but.
Yes, but no, but it is, I think it is, there's a lot of merit to that, right? And I think, maybe as we close the panel, I do want to remind the viewers that, the environmental liabilities is very large for these projects. And there are three big areas, right? And the management and disposition of special nuclear materials is one, and it's big, but it has a finite inventory, at least on the for us in EM and the defense side. And then the decontamination and disposition of excess facilities is also finite, and it has an end to it. The one that drags for perpetuity is the remediation of soil and groundwater. And I think the investments that we're doing, and you are, Haruko and David are working on how do you do sustainable remediation, sustainable monitoring, is what is going to bring that liability cost down. Because if you look at the tables from the GAO and the projections, right, we finish one mission, we finish another, and it goes down, and then there is a steady line, and that steady line comes from the long-term liability of monitoring soil and groundwater. So, you know, there's a lot of focus in the near term to process materials and knock down buildings, but we need to invest on the longer parts because that is the one that is going to cut that cost. So with that, I'm just going to give it back to Charles. You got 2 minutes back, Charles.
Yeah, Monica. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that last point because just in the remaining roughly 1 minute or a minute and a half we have left, I was going to bring up, because David did touch on it. You know, CRESP is looking at PFAS and, you know, kind of the field of emerging contaminants and trying to get an understanding of that, because that has the potential to then to drive up liability even greater potentially. And last week, my other board, I also direct the board on chemical science and technology. We had invitation-only discussions on PFAS and microplastics and nanoplastics. And one of the folks talking about PFAS is a professor at Colorado State University, Garrett Miyake. And Garrett and his team developed more innovative destruction technologies for PFAS. So I think there's some, I'm reticent to use this word synergy because I know a lot of people don't like it, but I think there is that potential between the two boards I direct where you can bring in innovations in the chemical sciences and address concerns, contamination concerns at DOE and at DOD sites.
Yeah. Thank you, Charles. Yeah, it's good opportunity for synergies, definitely.
All right. Thank you so much, Monica, David, Haruko. Great presentations. Back to Will.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming, guys.
Well, it was both an efficient and interesting session. I appreciate it very much. We will now adjourn today's day one open session. After a 10-minute break, Nuclear and Radiation Studies board members and staff will reconvene on a different Zoom link. I want to thank everyone for attending the open session, and Nuclear and Radiation Studies board staff will plan to have the session recording posted in the coming week. Tomorrow.
Sure. Oh, yeah, she has it on the screen, Will. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and yes, of course. So the board will reconvene again tomorrow morning. So
yeah, we'll have day two of the open session tomorrow. We'll have Dr. Cho from Korea talking about a simple radiation scale for the public. So stay tuned, everyone, tomorrow.